everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so. If you get anything from my work, connect the dots. Epiphany. Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Echoes. Hi, Scott. A Mind Explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to explore. Please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description of this channel. Check out my website, AllyKat Creations211, where you can see my portfolio with all kinds of fun goodies, pyramids, more pyramids, and a whole bunch of fun stuff. So check me out there. If you are not a channel member, I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm just joking. People that are channel members, hi, you get little perks. It's just at one level. I didn't accelerate it yet to 4D. We're not there yet. But channel memberships is a way to help support me, keep this channel up, keep things thriving. So if you are interested in doing that, it is, I think, $5. I don't even see that full 5, but it's just a way to keep the channel going, and I do appreciate all my channel members. So far, the first perk was free entry into the raffle, which we did last Friday, which was amazing. Amazing. Hi. And today is Craft and Sip. So I'm just going to be doing stuff that I have to do. I'm just going to do it live with you, all of you beautiful people, and just talk. So hi, Scott. Hi, Gary. Hi, Taylor. Hi, Charlene. Taylor, email me. Email me. I will put it in the chat. I'm back to work. So my schedule's a little on the limited side, but please email me and I would love to do that. We can do that. It's just a matter of when. So yeah, I appreciate you, Charlene. I do. It's just small, and I'm going to be doing a lot more giveaways. I do promise. Hi, Ashmaya. I promise that that's something I want to do, and I'm going to be doing oracle cards and stuff. I'm just getting acclimated back to work. There's a lot going on. I'm also under the weather. I'm getting better. I just got there was a sale because I'm very, 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 very broke at the moment. My normal paycheck was cut in half. So I don't know why they even bothered giving me one, but I'm happy I had something. I only get paid twice a month, and this one was devastating. So I had to get some supplements, and one of the stores here had buy one, get one. So I couldn't pass that up. So I'm catching up on shit. But yes, I will definitely love to do a video chat. I use Zoom, obviously. But hi everybody. So I have a sinus infection. Um Sinus infection. It's less painful today. I've been using the neti pot. I have salines, clean everything out. I have just coughing, boogery kids all day on top of me. I had one that was like screaming. Hi, Catherine. Screaming crazy today, all day. And finally, I had to hold him like half the entire day to get him to calm down, and he finally calmed down. He's a cutie pie, so I don't mind. But a lot of them are drippy, drooly, boogery, poopy kids. So until my immune system can kick back into where it was 3 years ago when I was working in a school. I was like Iron Man. Couldn't touch me with germs when I was working. Yes, I love pineapple. I love pineapple. And when I could get it fresh, like I love to cut up pineapple. I love cantaloupe and I love honeydew melon. Those are the three, my big three. Big three. I haven't been able to get to the supermarket that frequently, but when I do, the pineapples are not fresh. So I do get the unfortunate can to get the juice. And then sometimes they have organic pineapple in the organics section that if it's on sale, I'll get it. I love pineapple. Love pineapple. Anywho, okay. I had rushed to do this, but I'm using oil paint today. This is my specialty, my love of life. Um, love of life. So I don't know what I know what I want to do because I have some, I did these the last time. I'm gonna paint in there. I have four of them, so we're gonna choose different colors. I like it. Oranges for me is weird. I like the halos. I like tangerines more than anything else. Oranges I have to catch like right off the tree. Um, yeah. I mean, I love orange juice, but I don't like orange juice in the morning because I get an upset stomach from that. More midday is orange juice for me. But me lovey. I'm like obsessed with apple. I'm obsessed with golden delicious apples. Um, how is this my only one? Hang on. I need a palette knife. Here it is. There it is. I found this it. So oil paint is a different consistency. I don't have my turpentine uh down there, but I'm using paintbrush cleaner because I'm not using anything to dilute the oil. Yes. I also have ah! I'm so short. It sucks. Gloves must a must when you're doing oil. And oil does come out of stuff. It just is a bitch. But oil gets all over the place and it gets everywhere. It's messy. I never heard of Indian River orange. Interesting. I've never heard of that. I mean, now that I'm in a new spot, it might have different brand stuff or, organic stuff. Um, Although I'm gonna say the Midwest, 98% of the supermarket is junk food. At least in New York, and I don't know if there is a Whole Foods around here. Me and Dina we're gonna scope that out. I just saw something come down and that was nothing feathers or anything of the like, so I have an orb. Um, there is a Whole Foods around here, but I don't even like Trader Joe's and stuff like that. Even in New York, a lot of this stuff is still very unhealthy. And I enjoy watching Wasim. If we all remember Wasim, he does a lot of that videos and stuff of that nature. Um, really, I have never seen it. Okay, just to show you one of the crafts, I'm going to. It's all good, Scott. I've been having trouble not getting live with YouTube because I had that problem in the wee beginning. Um, the other day, uploading my spiritual soul advice, I got done like, was it Monday? When did I do it? Whenever I did it, it took hours. Hours. It doesn't take that long to upload my videos, especially shorter ones. This one was like an hour and 13 or something like that, an hour and a half. Hours. It took forever to load. Not a happy camper. Let me just tell you that. So I did these feathers. This is oil paint. Um, just like we did I did last week with the feathers. I'm feeling some blues. Yeah, gremlins are about. I'm not. You might be up next, Mr. Blue. Oh, it's the ocean. Now we're really Bob Rossin. Really Bob Rossin. So I hope everybody's energy has been consistent. We've been in a lull from the Schumann residence, which is really, really, really nice. That's been spectacular. And the only reason why I say it's spectacular is that, my goodness, it's been cray-cray. I don't know if anybody else has been feeling and been affected by a lot of the energies, but it's been pretty bad. Pretty bad. And then because I have a very big mouth at work, so I don't care. I don't care. Really don't. I voiced my opinion about parapay. I said to one of the teachers who is special ed, I said, I don't know why I'm starting to see all the people that are being hired for special ed get $1.50 more than me, and I haven't seen a raise yet on my pay stub or a notification I'm getting a raise. Nothing of the sort. And I said, I will definitely quit and walk away if somebody that's unexperienced just starts the job is making $1.50 more than me. So they said, well, we're going to look into this because we can't lose you. And then come to find out, they're going to message a council persons and figure it out. So I hope it works out. I mean, it's still sucky pay, but it's better than what I'm making now. See, I had a metal palette knife and it got destroyed. And they're very expensive tools. So I'm going to say this to all the artists out there. I'm going to say this very, 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 very diligently. When I was in school, I had very, very, very talented painters, different, people who did abstract, people who did impressionist, all different types of painting. I've had painters make art in America covers. So these people are like top notch. They're all about do not take the fucking color out of the tube and just make it so. Make your own colors. That's very, very important. Yes, you can add the to your stuff, but you should make your colors unique in the way you want to see them. And that's not me being an asshole. That's just practical advice from very professional people. So that's mixing, I'm mixing white in with everything right now. Yeah, I honestly don't want to quit. I don't. I love my kids. I love my school. You know, my principal has nothing to do with my paycheck. He gets paid by the same people. It's a corporation. My school literally has corporation in its title. So go figure. But I'm damned to be taken advantage of and paid less than what I'm worth. You know, in like other industries, you know, my position isn't really even taken seriously. All right, Mr. Yellow, you're gonna go in there. That's a good green. I'm not a quitter. I actually have never quitted a job. I've worked a lot of jobs in my life. Never quit. All right, I'm gonna start getting my paint on. Never quit a job. Ever. Of course that's dead. So Scott's not sleeping. That's not good. Is anybody affected by the fires? I hope now that no one out there is affected by the fires. Um, as much as let's do like what I do with paint. Let's alchemize it. As much as it stinks, and I hope that no one is affected by the fires in any in direct way. Got to take a look, not at the negative stuff, right? We already know the negative stuff. We are the in our non-dual brains. My brain is non-dualistic because I'm looking at both sides of the coin. What am I seeing? I'm seeing Mother Gaia purging through the negative polarized people. They're purging with fire. Okay, so but else the land grabbing. Okay. Shh. No. Once you think that thought and it perpetuates with everybody else, it's going to freaking get worse. So let's just alchemize this to the Mother Earth is purging herself through fire. And what will come will be of the highest of what God wants. Let's put it that way. Let's alchemize the energy. Let's not perpetuate the negative people are doing it. These evil people are doing it. No, 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 no. Things happen for a reason, and there is coincidences in God's earth. God created all things. I just saw that whizzing by me. Hi, Roger. What's up? You see, I've had an internship before that did not pay, but they gave me college worked in two galleries. Shaded area. It was in Red Hook, Brooklyn, off the F train. Not safe at all. And then I worked one in the city. Hi, Lisa. If I were to be able to go into what I really wanted to do when I got out of college was go into welding school because I like to weld. Uh I I don't suck at it, but the union, because of my arthritis, I wouldn't pass the physical for the unions, and that still stands today. Yes, I am freezing up. It told me my internet's unstable. I just shut the connection to my phone off. So let's cross fingers. Before I get dirty, chicken. Oh, where did I put? Let's sage. I have a lot of energy going on behind me. If anybody hasn't noticed the orbs, things whizzing past me, there are things here. They're good. They're just sucking energy right now. So if anybody's seeing spirit behind me, pay attention. I don't think Scott's allowed to tell us anymore. Spirit had him shut up. I bless and sanctify this space with positive energy. Anything that is not of the light needs to go. Call in my team to make sure everything is of the light with love. Yeah, you're on lockdown. It's okay, Scott. We love you anyway. I know why Spirit is having you do that. Sorry, guys. I have to make sure that my brushes are going to do what they're going to do. Gonna dance. So I honestly hope that everybody is doing okay with the energies. It's been crazy. Uh so my theory, my perception, when the Schumann is spiking the way it is for a perpetual couple of days, like this lull period is when we integrate the information and our higher self starts unraveling the epiphanies. Um, I'm reading that holographic universe. The epiphanies, the connect the dots happening in my brain is bananas. I did a TikTok about it the other day. I know many of you are not on it, and don't worry, I haven't done as many TikToks. Uh, I'm just still integrating everything. But when I went into that meditation to unlock the Stargate, and I saw the overlay of each dimension and density going up to source, the book kind of explains it scientifically. Hologram, photons, electrons. All that fun. You can't see me. Better. I might switch a brush. I'll show you guys in a minute what I'm doing. I have a specific paint stroke that I use for everything. No. Yeah, so today was crazy. The kids are crazy. Um, I love my kids, but they were driving me crazy today. They're off, which is just speaking to, I think there's a full moon incoming. Yeah, thank you, Charlene. Yes, I do. Because I know a lot of people are not for TikTok. I wasn't either, and it's why I like kind of not buckshot. Um, with TikTok, a lot of people are against it. And I kind of was too for a little bit, but then I saw Vikings girls on it, and I'm like, okay, how do I reach the younger crowd? I don't know. So that ended up happening. And tomorrow the girls are turning 13. They'll be teenagers finally. Scary. I don't know what they're doing for their birthday. I have texted, I haven't gotten a response. Not sure what's going on in life over there. It's so dark. Okay, this is kind of hard to see with glare, but inside those strokes are other colors that I'm mixing in. And the reason why I want to reach a younger crowd is because a lot of a certain group of kids are like kind of the ones that are really like upgraded are the ones really over it. They're over the systems. They're over it. And this is like a good example. Um, Let me just reset the camera. So the high school, so like my school's all like intertwined, like the elementaries, the intermediate, the junior high, and the high school, they're all like connected. So the high school has a program for the high school students to get experience with like a technical skill. So they have welding, they have nursing, and one of them happens to be schooling. And these like high school students happen to come into my classroom and help out for like a month or two, for a few days a week. And they were really, really insightful, really helpful. And I forgot what book I had on me, but I took it out of my bag because I was getting my other stuff out for work. And one of the girls is like, "Oh, that's a really interesting book. That's like something I would read." And it was metaphysics. What did I bring? I think it was reconstructing reality. And she was really, really like, "Oh." And when I gave her some like intermediate kind of understanding, she understood. She got it. And from that point on, I'm all about it. Hi, Victoria. I'm all about it. So for me to go onto TikTok is helping another generation of kids like go, "Oh, okay, so there is different things out there that I can explore and not feel bad about feeling this way." And also, there's a lot of kids out there, and I didn't have this when I was growing up. Spiritual groups were like not really spoken of. And I wish I had somebody there to help me. That was, why am I feeling this way? Why am I seeing the world differently? I wish I had someone like me to listen to, or at least just bounce my ideas back off of, because my gosh, as much as we think there's a lot of this content out there, it seems very clicky, and it's not really projected to children. And even though they're still like they're teenagers or going into their early 20s, to me, they're still kids. They need life experience. So, Taylor, a lot of people in this chat will debate you about the Jewish Torah, and the Torah and the Talmud are from the negative polarized entities. I just want to put that out there. All is source, right? All is source. Source gave different elements of polarization and distortion in all religions. Being raised as a Jew, even though my parents were not religious, I side with my friend JQ. Now, is all religious scripture evil? No. Is portions of things inverted? Yes. Can you apply quantum physics to the books? If you can, it's a good thing. The spiritual world goes beyond religious scripture. There is no scripture to being religious or spiritual. I'm not bound by any one book. I'm not bound by any one scripture. I am not bound by any of texts I go from within my heart space and what I'm channeled from my higher self. If there are books behind me that I align certain elements of to myself, like The Law of One, Ashtiana Dean's work, Dolores Cannon's work, Daniel Scranton now added onto that, Paul Selig, another amazing channel. Yeah, those things. There's certain things in Owaspy and Urantia that I kind of agree with, but you have to see the narrative and the program that is being steered in the narration of those books. The same thing goes for the Keys of Enoch. I'm not against the book. I just see the inversions. Does that mean it's bad? No, it's just not my paradigm to experience. There is a multidimensionality about this world. It's holographic. It's a simulation. In my estimation, that's how I perceive it. You could perceive it differently. But the science they've been working on for decades is finally catching up with the ideas of some of these scientists from the 60s and 70s that go, hold up, holy shit. Look how these electrons and the quarks and the gluons and the muons and all these like subatomic particles are reacting to when a human looks at it. When observed, certain particles change its state. So as I was saying before, with the dimensions and densities, as I saw the overlay, it's unfoldments when you perceive it. When you raise your frequency, and Scott and a few other people in this chat can tell you, I went outside over the summer and mowed my lawn. I was grounding. I put like Viking music on and I'm like going at it and I'm just in my heyday. And I stopped to change out a battery. And when I looked up, everything was glittering sparkly. I had butterflies swarming around me. I was in a state of fifth density. What the hell? This is amazing. I love how I feel. This is great. I observed it. Everything around me started materializing because I observed it. I got to that state of frequency and vibratory state to observe it. And then when I took the next breath, it was still there. And then eventually it just weaned away. The sparkling, the glitters weaned away, and my vibratory state dropped. And I'm like, okay, what was I just having a flashback? Or what happened? And then it faded away, right? Just mowing the lawn. I like mowing my lawn. I have a lot of lawn to mow in my backyard. It's huge. But I was in a state of, like Charlene said, bliss. I was happy. I was just doing what I always do. But at that moment, changing my battery, I was then able to see fifth density unfold. The hologram unfolds as you are in the hologram as a hologram in material form. It's not, you could take the Princess Leia and the Star Trek combination of those two things. It's very similar to that if you look at it optically. But it's an amazing, I see the glitching happening on my channel, so I am trying to see if it can catch up. Right, and that's a paradigm, Taylor, that's playing out in the multiverse. I don't necessarily see that playing out here. And Taylor, just be in awareness that God, the all that is two polarities because we live in duality in third density. So there's a good side and a bad side. They're both of God, and I'm not shunning either one of them because I'm out of that. But everybody here can tell you because there's a lot of research of how Israel, not the true Israel, the New Jerusalem, but what it actually is. And it's of the negative polarized peoples. Sparky! Right. If we go looking back at the original Gnostic occult stuff, is there stuff in the Kabbalah that has a lot of truth to it? Absolutely freaking lutely. Sefer Yetzirah, there's amazing work that he has done. Does it make them all bad or all Satan worshipers? It's just another polarity of thinking that you have to take into account. There is no chosen person. There is no chosen people. We are all chosen because we all volunteered to be here and conscious. Free will is interesting in the hologram. Like I say, free will is like you farting. That is your free will. Glitter and sparkle farts. Your bodily functioning is more on a free will because you don't really control what goes on in your body. You can eventually, when you get to that higher state of healing. You see, when we get out of labeling, this is where a lot of humans will eventually become into the state of pops of glitter. Humans label things to conceive them, to comprehend what it is that they are perceiving. So we label things. Israel can be perceived in a million different ways. Is it being a state of where people live, a country, a nation state, a people, a culture, an ethnicity, whatever have you? And then there's the bigger biblical Toric meanings to it. I don't bind myself to Israel. I don't label much of anything anymore when it comes to that paradigm. Yes, but there is speculation out there in conspiracy land where a lot of us are from, uh entertainment purposes only YouTube, that it's actually here in the United States. Because there's certain components of the Grand Canyon that is not allowed to be seen by thus us humans, are places in this vastness of space-time that are interdimensional, that they're not speaking about. There's a lot of fuckery afoot. Hi, Gregory. Don't think I didn't see you. Um, so we have, like I said, I always say, I believe we all incarnated and chose a theme to play out in this paradigm. We can look at it as a video game. You can look at it as however you would like to see it, because that's the reality you create. We are creators. Therefore, we create our own reality. In creating that reality, we all came together to play a theme out, individuated, collectively as a whole. And you're either conscious or unconsciously aware of that contract. So is it really free will if you already chose doing and playing the light? That's why I say a lot of our bodily functionings are more of the free will, because it's free to express its farting power, pooping power, peeing power as possible. So I'm just making the frame. Poop and pee. Wee wee pee pee. Right. There is a lot of paradigms. So for my own personal knowing, because I've seen the overlays, there are multiverses. So if you are from the paradigm that is your belief of the Uaspe and the Torah being, for all intents and purposes, real and working out itself out in reality, that's a reality that you're creating. Is that right or wrong? No, that's for you to decide. That's a reality you're experiencing. Is there anything wrong with that? No, not at all. I'm not here to contend what's right or wrong, because there is no right or wrong. Because each existence, reality, thoughts we create is perpetuated in a multiverse, in a reality that you're frequenting. That's kind of hard to conceive, but you observe your reality with your two eyes. No one's going to see the same thing the same way or interpret it the same. There is no right or wrong. That's the hard part about non-duality and understanding divine neutrality. It's understanding there is no right or wrong, and that there is everything beyond good and evil, and that as a human in a third density experience with a veil over your consciousness, you're only seeing a specific picture being played out, because that's the picture we all chose. Those of us who are already transcending consciousness of 3D are seeing other things in higher density forms. Like me going in the backyard and seeing and having that experience. That was a fleeting moment, but that moment helps me get to that state of frequency again to have another experience like that. Did it exist for everybody else in my neighborhood? No, they didn't see beautiful things happening around me. They weren't aware that it was even going on, right? I'm the one that perceived it. Everybody's going to have these little vast little snippets of experiences in higher frequencies because you're observing it. And then you have an experience. And that is what this stair stepping is happening. The stair steps is for us to have these little glimpses and these little experiences to show us, yes, it exists. Not everybody's going to see it, just like everybody doesn't see the UFOs or the drones or whatever have you is going on in the atmosphere. it's up to the human having the experience to believe it's happening and know it's happening. And the only way you can do that is in your heart space, right? That's why a lot of people would say spiritual people are very skitsy. Check that. I have a free finger. I have an ear itch. I have an ear itch. Ah! Sorry. That's downloads right there. Downloads happening. I'm almost finished with the top of this frame. I'll show you guys what I've been doing. Oil paint. This is like Bob Ross of oil painting. Just dab, dab, dab. So Taylor, if you're still listening, it's a perception. And if that's what you hold in your heart to be true, then it's true for you. And it's beautiful. Don't think I'm here poo-pooing the book or poo-pooing your ideas. I just want to expand your mind and say that that's one potentiality amongst another million. And each and everyone in this chat is experiencing something different or has different beliefs and programming and narratives that steer them. So don't take, I'm not trying to attack if you feel that way, because I'm picking up on your intention. And no, I'm not trying to do that. I just want to open your mind. And you can kind of see the strokes within. It's floating. It's floating. There it goes. Okay, I gotta put this over somewhere. I'll put it there. And here's family. I'm gonna paint that. Your thoughts become things. That's a big component of why I am all about. So truth is at a frequency of where you're at. That's why I don't get upset with people. You know, a lot of people are in the awareness that I hate or I dislike and I can't stand and put words in projection about this Thursday and Sunday shows. I just can't be around the hate. I have a boundary that's up. If I start reading the hate, I'm out of the chat. I still listen. And sometimes I do have to mute it out because I'm not shaming or blaming anybody on any side anymore. When you can't objectively listen and you hold on to the hate or the shame, the blame, the disrespect, the hating the other selves, you're perpetuating their manifestations. We are more powerful in the light of creation to create the reality we want. That's the real purpose of me trying to steer everybody and go, stop hating. I love everybody. Stop the hate. That's hard. That's hard. It all starts from here. When you realize you chose what you chose the course of direction that you chose to get your epiphanies, right? Like we all have a season. Some people have a longer season than others. we all started out, for me, I'll just say I started out listening to certain people on the galactic stuff because I had awareness. Always, I mean, I could take out the books from 1994 when I was a little kid to show that I was reading alien abductions and life after death books. When I started listening to the people that channel, the people that had experiences, I was all in it to win a chicken dinner, exploring that paradigm. But then I started seeing a narrative and a program being injected into their truths that made a lot of things not really true. So some things are true and other things are not, from my perspective. And then the politics stuff started coming out, and a lot of people started jumping on the bandwagon. We all know all the plethora of people that were out. And then we just started seeing how many of them were just out for the dollar bill, y'all, and the aggrandizement. And some kind of hid that back, and some started showing their true colors eventually, not right away, but eventually started slipping here and there little things that were questionable in their speeches. And then the more and more people just started unfolding their crap and their true intentions. I can just read intentions, so I stopped watching people when I got a bad vibe off of them. And more of us started honing in on certain people because they were being authentic. They weren't out to gaslight you. They weren't out for the dollar bill, y'all. And yeah, we all need to eat. We all need to sustain bills. But when you're making a profit and it's a significant one, are you helping your other selves? Are you helping your community? Are you helping the animals? What are you doing with your extra? Right? If you're content, you're paying your bills are met, your food bills are met, eh, your needs are met, and you have all this overhead, are you helping the other selves? Or are you just saying you do it so that people just start contributing to you more? Right? Bye, Ash Maya. Bye, Charlene. Have a good night, guys. I'm a very thankful person that you guys just show up. I am. I should be wearing gloves, but no. Painting family in blue and maybe some greens. I mean that we all went through that process of eliminating oh it's okay. We all were steered in certain ways that awoke in us. Were these people necessary in the beginning? For some of us, they were. They opened up and expanded our thinking, right? What they were bringing to the table was important because it was unfolding for us. It was a necessary. And then as years and time, linear space-time continued, we all decided, okay, yeah, okay, I see now the intention that person is bringing to the table, and I'm not about it anymore. So there, your boundaries are starting to come up. And the more and more you see the real deal people coming out authentically, yeah, did you wake up from some shady people? Absolutely. And guess what? That was meant to happen because your discernment now worked out where you saw, okay, that's where they were authentic, but now here's where the real agenda lies. And I don't need to feed that agenda anymore or feed that my energy. And you decided, hey, you, I'm not watching you or supporting your ass anymore. And then you moved on. Hi, Ken. So I just want to put that out there. Certain people are necessary for your awakening, whether they are from the negative side or the positive side. I could care less. I'm not judging that anymore. It's just people I'm not aligned with. Yes, everything is a stepping stone. Absolutely. And we all have to ask ourselves at the end of the day, was it what did we learn from our experience? So me watching certain people in the beginning helped me expand my thinking. That was my learning, right? But the learning also showed me, well, I'm going to use my intuition a little bit more and see, oh, wait a second. That didn't sound right to me. I went inside myself. I aligned with my heart and that didn't align with me. Okay, wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Let me explore this a little bit more. And each time you listen to this person, it could be anybody. I mean, I went from 50 to 60 podcasts, and now I'm on like a thin thread because these people had a purpose, they served me a purpose, but then I don't resonate with them any longer. But they all held a purpose for me, a learning and a teaching that I used to propel myself forward. All serves a purpose. It's a matter of right now understanding a bigger picture. Yes. And sometimes the lessons and the blessings are in the negative, right? We're being shown in the world what we don't prefer. Just like the other side, right? The evil side or the side we proclaim as evil, the negative polarized people, they don't prefer the light. So it's showing them their polarity and it's showing them their distortions. It's all opportunities for growth, for source, the all that is to have an experience through us. And that's not just us. That's every density, that's every density, dimension, octave, suboctave, octave. It's the whole smackdown. When they say the earth divides, there's a new earth, it's already created, it's already in the multiverse. It's us merging with it. And we're merging for the light. The dark is going to go over there and they're going to have their experience. Once again, it's a perception in duality that they're evil and we're good. But in reality, it doesn't exist. Poles exist, negative and positive poles exist. One has to function and one can't function without the other. But in the higher density dimensional spaces, there's no such paradigm. So we have to start taking what we have here and expanding it into what potential world is out there already that doesn't have it. That there is no good and evil. Everything is just lovely and bliss and happiness and love. I think all of us agree we want to be in that. We want to feel it. We want to be in bliss. We want to have a happy time. I don't know anybody that I know people that are struggling that don't want that state. But I could say for my own self, most people consciously or subconsciously want things to be easier because we made it. We have given up our freedom, not necessarily sovereignty. That's again, I think a narrative. Family. I mean, going and understanding and as much as I like that group on Facebook I've been talking about that with the non-duality, it's a very Buddhic, Hinduic feel, which is fine. And they're pretty much close to a lot of things, but not all. That's another reason why I started that seventh gate, seventh, whatever it was. Book is it? Seven Seal. It was on the Curtis's website, and I have more Curtis books I found. So excited. I mean, all their books come to me in all of them. We are family because family is extended throughout the cosmos because we're all one. We're all one individuated, have an experience in time, space. That yellow. As much as I like yellow. Green. There we go. Family. I want love for the whole earth too. I'm really excited for that day to come. What to do with this? Break. Put on one of my boxes. Ah! And I'll be on the floor. I wish I could play music. I know YouTube has some, like, I haven't checked it out, but I would love to play music. I choose very into a very my TikToks. And that's why I can't post like some of the pictures or the memes. Although I don't like calling them memes. Uh Pictures with information fun. Um Very trippy stuff. Faith, my connection's unstable again. Oh, yes, Kim. Yes. Um, Sometimes when I pull at the end of Friday's lives and my spiritual soul advice, sometimes healing hurts come out, like for what, spirit do. I always in implore people to try this. It might not be okay for you, but try. I listen to Pure Tone Hertz. So I'll take the 963 Hertz, find the pure tone version of it. And when I do that, I put it on my Bluetooth speaker and I put it next to my bathtub. Or you could put it by your shower. I'm gonna be honest. It doesn't matter if you've been baptized. It doesn't matter if you had a bat mitzvah. Um, the other religiosities that go on. That's the paradigm that you signed up for. You chose your parents, you chose your religion, you chose your experience, you chose a theme that your soul needed to grow. And each one of us grows through most of the time in this context, religion. I was thankful that my parents were not religious, that I wasn't brought up into the Judaism too much. And I'm adopted, and my birth parents were Southern Baptists. My grandmother, my mother's not here no longer. She took her life. And when I found I was a closed adoption, so I had to do a lot of digging to get my adoption unraveled. When I found my birth parents, I wasn't accepted by my mother's side because I didn't lay in the bathtub and wash my feet before I walked into a house. It just, nope. Yeah, so Kim, welcome and don't worry, don't fear. Everybody here is very loving and very understanding. That's the purpose of why a lot of us are here. Um, Even very advanced people in understanding are absolutely in it to win it, to understand more in depth about themselves. It's all about yourself. When you can go inside yourself and untangle everything, it is a long process, and it's sometimes very painful, but it's very necessary. Very, very necessary. Um, I can't say that enough. It is very difficult, but it's worth it. When I put pure tone hurts, and I'll choose different hurts. Auntie Amy's here. When I put the hurts to my tub or to the shower, because I also have a standing shower, the frequency reverberates through the water, and it's not easy to listen to pure tone. It's hard for some ears. So just choose something that you can kind of mellow yourself out to, but like if it's overwhelming, change it to something you prefer. But after those baths or those showers that I take, like I'm like it does really good results for me. Auntie Amy, look, you becoming a member. Look at you. So, little side note before I get into my faith sign here. Little Thor has been coming late, and it's been very cold here. So I put out, so I have two decks. So I have a top deck and a little deck. And where Little Thor's uh house is, I have a little cat house that has straw. And then on top of that, I have an insulated, heated house for him. It's small with straw. I have a heating pad that I time. That was another orb that just came behind me. I have a heating pad that I have, and then I doubled it the other night because it was, I want to say -2. Hi, Ivy. What's up, girlfriend? So yeah, Little Thor is taken care of, but he's been coming late, so I haven't been getting him eating in the morning. I only video when I can get him. And today I tried like opening up another can of food to entice the smell to get to him. I don't know where he is. But I see his little paw prints in the snow, so I know he's around. Um, I know that for a fact. I just don't know what time he's coming. Yeah, he's, my deck is literally a few steps and then you're on my top deck where I put the food out in the morning. The lower deck is where my unfortunate news, my hot tub broke. It's an inflatable one that got punctured. Massive raccoon puncturing. Fun. So I have to get another one eventually. Um, but his high, I have like a big cat mansion for him that is insulated and that is really like sturdy for the weather. Um, and then I have a little tiny one that has the heat. That's crazy, Ashmaya. Right now, it feels like it's 16 outside. I have the heat. I have a small heater that is in under my sink in my kitchen because my pipes freeze. Absolutely, Sparky, Miss Beachy, Nana. Yes, yes, yes. That's facts right there. So I stopped listening. I stopped listening to a lot of people who were projecting negativity, fear, gloom and doom, outcome. Oh, I remote viewed the other day and I saw a tidal wave going over New York. This before, I have a book behind me over there. Ruth Montgomery. She was a automatic typer, so she would channel and type. She wrote a lot of books, and she's a very good medium. Okay, her guides gave her a lot of good stuff, but a lot of what she used to write, I'm glitching, I can see it. A lot of what she was writing was some kind of fear, doom, or gloom. That's another orb that just came behind me. I have a lot of spirits, so if you're seeing my glitching, that's spirit behind me. I have a lot apparently today. They wrote that there would be a tidal wave in New York in the early 90s. And then a couple of months later, it never happened. And her guides explained that conscious humanity lifted its vibration enough so that event wouldn't happen. So you see how thoughts create things. If we focus on the right things and the proper things, the realistic things, what we all want to bring into reality, if enough of us think about it, it's gonna happen. It's gonna take time because when you manifest in 3D, there is divine orchestration and there is divine timing, but also it's how much vibration is the collective lifting up. You know what, Buckshot? Let me tell you what. If I was a clone, we would want 1 million of me because we would already be in the new earth. I'm for the light, so they won't clone me. There'd be too much of my consciousness in my other selves, and it would be bad. I mean, there would be good stuff. I mean, and not to say that there's a negative polarized other self running around out there. I'm sure there is. I'm just not aware of it. But I'm sure there is one. But I mean, if a million kids in Tibet can sit in on ground and meditate for harmony and scientifically it could be measured, the potentialities that we all have if we start just changing our mindsets, resetting our thoughts. We're trained as humans to think about everything in a negative context, whether we are good people or not. When you say a barrier of things, so let's just say 5G. Most people's brains automatically go to, oh, that's going to kill us. It causes cancer. It is negative, 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 negative. Instead of saying, oh, okay, so my phone is pretty fast. Potentiality of a higher frequency that 5G can stabilize and heal us. But instead, our thinking goes straight to, it's going to kill us. Why do we think that way? Or are we programmed to think that way? I'm not saying that 5G doesn't have bad and good to it. It's just, where does your mind go first? And that's what you need to alchemize. That's where you need to go, oh, okay, that's a thought that I can hold back on. And let me explore this a little further inside self. Sparky, exactly. I lived in New York and people were perpetually saying you're going to all die. There's a tidal wave happening. Like, I experienced 9/11. I was in the city. I know Buckshot was also there. We're alive. We experienced it. It sucked. It was horrible. I experienced Hurricane Sandy. I'm alive. But this is the thing, though. You signed up for your life and the experience of that life. So if you are meant to die in a cataclysm, you will. Will you know it consciously? Probably not. If you're meant to lose, this is the story and the theme you chose. All the people that are affected by tornadoes, hurricanes, and natural disasters that survive them, do we want them to go through that? No, but they signed up for that experience to teach them something. No, we don't want to see animals dead. We don't want to see anybody's property get burnt to a crisp or wiped away by a tornado. I wouldn't want that for anybody. I'm a weather weenie. I watch a lot of weather, and it breaks my heart to see people's lives shattered like that. It hits here hard. But I also, on the other scale, see that all things have a purpose and serve a purpose. And it's up to us to see the beauty in the lesson and not the negativity that comes from that. It's a choice in mindset. You have to face the adversity. We're all struggling in some form or fashion in our lives. We all have problems in our lives. You could choose to look at it as, well, I'm fucked and I'm giving up and I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to say F this. Or are you going to persevere and persist and keep moving? That's a mindset. Yes, that is really why we are placed where we are. I had to move out of New York. I had to take the Stargate, as Christina would say, I am the Stargate. I believe that to be very true. But I had to move myself to another state where I can actually get my work done, my spiritual light body work done. I couldn't do it in New York. There's too much wave function in interference. So in New York, there is a lot of light workers holding the grid. I had to move to a spot where there wasn't many people in my high light and come here and fill that duty. That's my purpose here in Indiana. Is this state very challenging? Absolutely. Do I agree with how things are run here? It's run like the damn mafia. I already lived down the block from Sammy the Bull Gravano. Literally, I did. Uh, do I need to have the mafia mentality back? I wish not, but it's starting to manifest that way. But I also bring light to a lot of things that a lot of people here are not even aware of. So they've never been outside. You gotta have faith. Do 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 do. I tried. Oh my gosh, you're in Buffalo, girl. My gosh. This snow Buffalo gets. Holy shit. My cousins that I have not talked to in forever. One went to Oneonta. I have a cousin. I forgot where they live. I don't know if they're in Syracuse. I've been upstate a whole bunch. I had family that lived in Peekskill. I've been to Saratoga. I have not been to Albany. Yeah, so I had, interestingly enough, I have a friend that still lives in New York. She's like my soul sister. She's one of the only people that talk to me from that New York experience. And she goes on these herself. She's like me. She's single kids. She's taking care of her parents. I took care of mine. Um, she goes to places where she feels very connected to, and she doesn't know why. She knows it's past, even though time is concurrently happening right now, and there's really no such thing as a past life. But she seeks out her other selves living in different parts of the world. And she went to Iceland, which I'm very jealous. Super, 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 super jealous. I wanted to go to I hope to one day get there. Um, I love Iceland. I know I had a past life there. She goes to all these places around and then she'll have some spiritual epiphany, and she's very Catholic in her upbringing, and she has a battle between her religion and then her spiritual self. And then I have to ground her in between all of that. But she goes on some crazy experiences. And then she tells me about it. She reports back. But yeah, we go where we're needed. Um, I know that I have multiple purposes here in Indiana. I still have to find a tribe from the Potawatomi tribe to help me clear the land here, because have presence and it's time space continuum past, that I have to help with them clear the landlines, and it has to be done in their methods, not in mine, because we all bring something different to the table, and the Native American way of doing things here in America are very much needed, like cleansing and clearing space. You have to know your area. When you're dealing with buying a new property, or even if it's like my property's ancient, um, I had to go do some research to know like what was here, so that when I moved here, I am doing ceremoniously cleansings in the way that another culture would be doing. So in New York, I had to ask people who went to church to get me holy water, because that works on other entities. Yeah. Um, Interesting. Feathers. But what do I want to do with them? This is my question. Okay, this is bothering me. This is in my face. I'll show you guys. So this is a cute visual card because I have a child that is doing this in the classroom. So I have to bring this out. I have like a thing I wear with all of these. Like the kids were enthralled by this today. And 90% of these things were used in my room today. No biting, no yelling, no climbing on furniture. This is a big one in my room that kids like to climb on everything. Everything. I love my kids. I love them. But my gosh, it's a workout. It's a workout. I really do. I love my kids. They're amazing. And I'm hoping that my raise comes in because paraprofessionals don't get raises often. Purple. I'm gonna get a good couple of purples here. So I hope you guys are crafting with me as I just randomly shoot what's going on in my head. He seems to get angry. I know that things I say can be very triggering, and I'm not trying to trigger in a negative way. I know there are people who are very stuck in their vision of what things are, and that's fine. That's for them to grow from or not. I'm just here to have healthy debate sometimes. Um, if you want to believe in anything, you have the right to believe in that, right? Truth is at a frequency for you to discover. Truth hurts. And I can say this with all impunity here. A lot of people who claim that they are really awake, but are still judging, pointing fingers, and not taking accountability for their actions are not awake. And they're awake to the state of where their consciousness are at. That is as much as I can say. It's not to be disrespectful, it's just to be honest. And even I don't know everything. I don't want to know everything. I will get to source one day. I was already back to source. I came back down again. So this this reality is nothing. This whole trip of coming back down and coming back up and going back down, it's a cycle I have already repeated multiple times. I'm fine with it. I'm just done being human, so this is my last life here. For now. Oh, the kids are and this is why I chose pre-K. Um, Pairs are really not used in the other grades at my school unless you are on the spectrum. And I have kids that are not necessarily on the spectrum, but they have delays. I don't know what the state is going to have to be reformed, and I hope that I get to help in that process. Um, I'm starting to get like focused in that. Um, so Kim, the best way that I start out this channel a while ago is I ask people to dig into themselves. So for us, asking the why questions, the deeper why, like why am I here? It's not just, oh, I'm alive, I'm conscious. What was my purpose? What am I here to do? And most people's purposes is just to be in the frequency of where they're at because they're holding high frequency. They're not aware of it. You're just living your everyday life. You wake up, you brush your teeth, you take a shower, you put a pot of coffee on, and then you go to work or you have your day. Um, everybody's different, but we have a routine, structured life to the most part. Asking the bigger questions of why did you get married? If you're married, why aren't you married? If you're not married, why do you have kids? What was the purposes of them choosing you? Why was I raised the way I was? And that will bring up a lot of trauma and a lot of healing that comes with it because once you're able to forgive your said, let's just say, I'm going to give an example. One parent was very abusive, verbally or otherwise, and you don't know why you would choose such a life. Then you go back to say, well, where was the lesson? What did I learn? Did I persevere through the abuse? What level of awareness was that person in? How much how much trauma and how were they traumatized to project that onto other people? It's a lot of layering of questioning that you have to ask self to uncover for you to then forgive, because in essence that's why we're here to forgive, because all is just an experience. We have to detach our emotional states to trauma, to the harm, to the pain, and just look at it objectively from the eagle eye view and go, oh, okay, so my mom was abused when she was a kid. She only was at this level of understanding and she didn't know any better to raise us this way. We're most of us are here to break those cycles. We're here to heal those cycles. I'm doing it for two families, not just one. My adoptive and my biological family, I am the one that ends a lot of the cycling of abuse, of trauma, of abandonment, of neglect. I'm the one that's healing. When you're the one that's doing it, it's it's painful. But through that pain and understanding that you chose your experience for a reason, you're also here to heal them spaces. You're here to heal yourself because we're moving forward. We can't take this old self with us. It's going over there. It doesn't serve us anymore. We're in higher consciousness. We're thinking bigger. We don't need to limit our bigger by stuff that should not rent space in our brains anymore. And that's not to be insensitive to take away someone's pain and suffering. It's to say, please heal that. It's not a story or a narrative you should steer your life by anymore. We are all much better when we heal what is limiting us, right? And that can come in any form. If I chose, if I, let me rephrase. and now I'm being channeled. When I got diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, I didn't want to hear my doctor say, well, your life is going to change and you're going to have a limitation on a lot of things. Instead, I said, okay, yes, reality is I have limitations, but what are other avenues for me to take to still be successful? Instead of sitting in a fear state of, oh, I'm going to be in a wheelchair, oh, I'm going to be on IV drips the rest of my life, I'm going to be sucking on medicine and all this nonsense for the rest of my life. I chose, after a certain point of suffering, to go, this is not working for me. I'm too pain. What do I got to do to get out of this pain? And what do I got to do to get better? You change your mindset. You got to change your mindset. I am not any longer, no longer on any rheumatoid arthritis medication. I tried holistically in the beginning. It did not work. And I gave it 2 years. It's not like I gave it 5 weeks. I gave holistic medicine 2 years. It did not work. I couldn't hold a paintbrush. I just graduated college when I was sick. And when my father died, that was my end point, and I couldn't hold a pencil. I had an acorn stair lift in the house. I had a walker and a cane. When I stopped feeding myself the story of this is what it is, and this is how it's going to claim my life. No, I write my life. I write what I want, and I don't want to experience this anymore. So it slowly but surely, I worked on my mindset and I did better by my body. Yeah, there's days now that I sometimes were like, oh, I'm inflamed. Shit. And I'm eating the same stuff. What is going on? It happens. But I am not sitting here and going, oh, I have to go on disability and I can't do anything. And I have... No, I am out striving and thriving each and every day. My circumstances stink. That's just being realistic. But I'm going out and doing and trying. And that's where we need to be. Um, most of us chose a disease of some sort that limits us to push us past a threshold. And also for me, I'm a test from source. So I came down, and when I couldn't go to grad school, I was being forced to be a test for others. So I had to get a job because I needed health insurance. I was kicked off my parents' health insurance. My dad just passed away. There was no income coming to the house for almost a year until my dad's stuff was settled legally. So I started working at the YMCA as a lifeguard, and I was the opening shift. That was 4 a.m. My body was not functioning, but a lot of the older people were like, what's wrong with you? You lazy? You're just a kid and blah, 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 blah. And I said, no, I have rheumatoid arthritis. I'm in a lot of pain. Look at my feet. I show them like, I took my sandals off or I had Crocs. I show them my feet. They're like, oh, whoa. I'm like, do you want to see how red my knee is right now? And they're like, oh, we didn't know that young people can get rheumatoid arthritis. I said, yeah, I'm diagnosed with that. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm trying to work. Just do you. I can rescue you if you need a rescue. Don't worry. I'm here. I'm awake. And I've grown very fondly of that group. And I still talk to some of those people that are still alive today. I'm telling you, when you stop feeding the story to yourself, yes, we have things. All of us do. And when we stop limiting ourselves, because that's what the scientific world tells us, that, oh, you're going to have limitation. Yeah, of course you're going to have limitations. I have a slipped L5, a herniated disc, bulge disc, herniated disc, bulge disc. I have a bone spur in my spinal cord from C6-7 with a herniated disc right there too, and nerve damage. I'm still lifting kids up on the table. I don't even feel my pain anymore. I'm not letting it bother me. I'm not letting it narrate my life. I dropped that story. Yeah, do I have pain? Yeah, from time to time. But making it my story and I stopped a while ago complaining about it. Complaining is perpetuating. And yes, when you're not feeling good, I like people to know so that, hey, I'm not having a good day today. Could someone help me? I can't physically do something because my back is killing me. And I don't want to make it worse, right? Like that's okay to be doing. But when you make it your story, you're perpetuating your illness. When you're speaking good things into your body, when I'm drinking my electrolyte water, like I just put Celtic sea salt in my water in the morning, I'm speaking intentions. This is going to heal me. All the cells in my body are being lit up with a bright white light from source of healing source. I'm talking in the frequency in the water. So when I'm consuming it, that intention is going throughout my body. When you're taking a shower, I am washing away all the negativity. I'm washing away anything that doesn't serve me a purpose. Everything of negativity needs to wash out of my body and go away and down the drain. When I'm touching a tree, I'm not a tree hippie hugger, but I love my trees. I'll touch a tree and ask it to transmute any negative vibration or frequency that's indwelling on me or in my field. And there's nothing wrong with weed. I just I will say this. Um I used to do it. It's expensive and I can't afford it. And I would not do it operating a vehicle or I mean I used to do some crazy shit. But now I just want to sleep if I do it. That's not being productive. But if I need it, once in a while I'll have a glass of wine or I'll have a cocktail. I used to be a raging alcoholic, but I have control. So I know when I'm getting to, oh, no, that's too much. Stop. I want to say that Dolores Cannon talks about, and I kind of agree with her on this point, that many of us that are starseeds or angelics or of the higher density, that we're kind of allergic to Earth. And that manifests in different ways in our bodies. So like most immunosuppressant situations in our body's overly functioning. I have a lot of allergies myself. The dis-ease in your body is really a reaction to the state of density that you're in. Because I've shown this on a very, very, very way in the Wayback Machine when I started doing shorts. I put a voltmeter to my foot outside grounding to show you how much how much hertz and voltage is coming out of me, and it's a lot more than most humans. and that grounding works. I showed it on the TikTok. Did I do it on TikTok? No, I did it on my YouTube shorts. It's in the Wayback Machine before I had little Thor. Um, yeah, it is exhausting. It is very exhausting. The pain is exhausting. What I found started to work for me, I just can't do it. I can do it for like a short period of time, but then I have to stop, is the heavy metal detoxing. Um, my body gets used to things very quickly, and that's good and bad stuff. So I kind of have to switch up my diet based on what my body is craving. Um, wisdom strains. I have a feeling that it's very my hair color started at 17, and I used to dye my hair. My hair was naturally very dark, dark, dark brown. Here, I actually have a picture of my cute little self in. That's me. That's my cute little self. I had very dark brown hair. And then I started dyeing it because I would see like little shreds of gray when I was in my early 20s. My mom didn't really let me dye my hair until then. And by 28, it was coming out, and it wasn't cute coming out either. Just coming out. And I just decided one day I'm going to bleach blonde my hair, and I'm just going to bleach it to get all of this evened out, and then I let it grow out. And I've had this hair color for a long time now, and I don't touch my hair with dye anymore. But I'm also allergic to bleach and chlorine. If take ask me to go on vacation, I can't go in a pool. I have to go in the ocean or a river, and I don't like rivers unless it's clean. Um, I've watched two. I because of being a lifeguard for all sources of water. Um, I am not a fan of the water for due to parasites. You see, I'm all about the YOLO. We only live once consciously in this shell, right? And I want to take care of it, and I do. But New York losing it all kind of showed me you have to bless everything that you eat, whether it be healthy or not. Because there's times that I went to the food bank and all they gave me was Kraft macaroni and cheese and ravioli in a can. That I'm like, okay, that's the only thing you have, and besides a bag of almost expired fruit and veggies that look pretty bad. I could go in a saltwater pool, and I actually, when I moved here, there's a pool in my backyard. Unfortunately, the first year I moved here, I moved in the winter, and I couldn't really assess the pool if it had damage or not until I was able to drain it. When I got it drained, this year, it needs a lot of patching and a whole new liner, and it's very expensive to convert whatever the filtration system is also broken. Um, wires are snapped and everything. Um, so I might scrap this pole and put in one that you could just put up. those like cheap $500 ones that are nice enough, and do the saltwater filtration system that way. Because I love going in water. I used to teach aqua Zumba. There is such a thing as aqua Zumba, and it's really helpful. I love aqua aerobics. Me too. I have very sensitive skin. And I've been doing because once I found out higher self, going through some changes womanhood wise, I developed a rash on my chest in between my girls. And I went I had a scare a few years ago where I went to the doctor and they thought they felt the lump. So I had a sonogram done and unfortunately a mammogram, and they determined that it was my rib joint that was inflamed, that was poking out. Because our ribs are not just fully bone, there is joints in our ribs. And it was protruding into my breast tissue. It wasn't anything to be upset about, but who the fuck knows, right? So I had established a relationship with a breast surgeon, and I called that guy up and went there, and I'm like, what is this? And he's like, that's dermatological. You should go see a dermatologist. I wouldn't worry about it too much. And then I lost all my insurance, and doctors cost a lot of money. So I did my own investigating. I'm allergic to my own self. I'm allergic to my progesterone. So castor oil, when I apply it and then I take a pill, I can't drink it. I had a child that I was a parent for in New York who had a GLUT1 deficiency. It's a rare genetic disorder, and this child had to drink castor oil, and nasty. I had to watch this every day. So I can't do that, but I can take the pill. Um, I do aloe vera too. I have a huge aloe plant in my window. It hasn't died yet. My bamboo is starting to die. I don't know what's going on with it. I have these copper. They look like it's something. It's like Brillo. Like you can wash your pans with the copper, but you can also put it into the filter. I did some research on it. You could put it in the filter and it helps also with that. So yeah, you could definitely do copper piping. Depends on the climate you're living in. I'm not gonna lie. Um, I know up here I would have to insulate it because copper is soft, and you know, Indiana's fun. Extremes. All right. I'm looking at my color choices here and I don't know what I want to do there. But you going off to the side. Let's get imaginative. Now the question is, do I have do I have my fan brush? My oil paint fan brush. I do. Yay. Okay, for those of you who do not paint, there is differences in the brush for acrylics and for oil paints, by the way. Oh yeah, I'm very big in the orange and purple. Very big. Um, that's just, hang on. This is the one. There's stuff that I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. And then I do epoxy. I make pyramids too. I have googly eyes. Boy. I'm gonna paint happy feathers. Happy feathers. Oh, that's heavy. So I do a lot of these. This is heavy. Woo! Oh, and just by the way, if there's anybody watching, I did mail out the raffle winner, Debbie. I don't know if you'll watch later on, but Debbie, it's out in the mail. I put it out on Monday. Amy, your stuff should be there soon. When I went to do I usually, when I do an order or do anything, I give people the tracking number. Unfortunately, you can't read the shit because they don't change their ink in the damn machine at the post office. These people crazy. And then email me, huh? So I have a conundrum as I'm gonna paint my little happy little feathers. Um Vikings girls are 13 tomorrow. I know he's been having a hard time with himself, but I haven't heard from him because I messaged him earlier, like, hi, what are you doing for the girls over the weekend? It's gonna snow. Um, like, what do they want? You know, because Christmas was just here and I haven't got back to him. I don't know what to get them. They got enough Bath and Body Works stuff to last a lifetime, a long lifetime. I don't know what to get them. What do you get 13-year-olds? I don't know what to get them. Cat behind me. No. Ah! Chicken! Oh, my welcome sign. Oh yeah, I have where did I put oh, it's down here. Hang on. I have another hang up I'm gonna do. I might do feathers on this one too. I also have a cutout of Indiana that I'm gonna paint on the white. So I might do I want to strive to get some more feathery stuff. Feathers are not the easiest thing though to get looking like feathers. There we go. need a direction. There we go. I'll show you guys in a second. I gotta get more white on here though. I need contrast. So I don't know what to get the girls. I can't do anything really with this check. The only thing I have up for available in credit is the Kohl's card. Sadly, I hate to laugh at that. I have to look into credit consolidation because I don't need to go bankrupt. If I need a car, I definitely am going to need to buy a car at some point because mine is, it still works, but it's not working in this weather. So that's one purple feather. I'm going to put a purple feather in the back. I agree. I mean, it's better than Chicago or New York. I can tell you that much. Depends what part of New York. I was actually looking to go upstate New York, but then I remembered the snow and then I said, nah, I mean, it snows here, but uh where our friend Kim is from, no. I know Buffalo is pretty big, so I'm sure they get snow, but 24 feet. I think last year I was watching Max Velocity and Ryan Hall, y'all, where there people were digging out until April. I'm like, I can't do that. I can't. I actually like when I was discovering a little bit more around here. I like the fact that Indiana is more antiquity based, so there's a lot of antique stores. There's a lot of like crafts shows. And not that New York doesn't have them, they're just not easily to get to. Um, there's a lot more artsy fartsy things, believe it or not, that is not too clicky. Here, there's more acceptance here than in other spots. New York is cliquish in the art world. Like when I did the see that's that feather. It's kind of hard, there's a glare. When I went to do the vending event at this place in Cedar Lake, and Dina came with me. Um, there was a lot of spiritual people. I didn't know Indiana had it in her. Super amount, a large amount, but a lot of these things are clicky. But I was accepted. I was very heavily accepted, and everybody was very like amazed at the contrast from New York to here. This huge one. Yeah, that so the theory for me moving here, besides helping JQ out, was I need to go to a place where it is comparable to New York weather, but with no hurricanes. That was another orb. I just saw it. Yes. 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 There's a reason why in New York I never made the art scene. I had perfect and obviously spending my degrees above that, going to art school gets you advantages, right? You get to see how things actually work. Your professors take you to galleries that they have shown in. They walk you through the process of getting into a gallery and what that entails and all the processes of that. It's a lot. Most of my teachers were not snobby artists, thankfully, but I was amongst a lot of students who were very snobby and who put themselves on pedestals where I'm like, my work should speak for itself. I'm not gonna speak you and run you a story about this fucking dot on a canvas that took me 2 seconds to put there, and it has this momentous meaning. No, it fucking does not. You're just lazy. I'm a crafty person. I actually put time into my work. I just don't tell you, like, this is not my best work. This is shit. This is just me helping everybody paint and see a vision, right? This is terrible. Odin and Freya smacking me in spirit right now. Right. But this one, besides the trees, in my opinion, this isn't bad for my non-oil painting. This just, and I'm gonna be doing one this week. Don't know when. I have I have something in mind. Um, where it's still in winter season. I might do a cardinal in the snow. Maybe. Because a lot of people have been losing others. I lost well, it's not losing. I hate to rephrase. Transcension. One of my friends from high school transcended into the light. Let's just put it that way. And a lot of people are still in the oh my, the grieving state of that shell is lost. And yeah, it is, you should be grieving. It's sad, it sucks. It does change your life. I've lost a lot of people in my life. It does change things. But knowing that they're just transcended and they're always with you, comforting. But my parents come to me in the cardinal sign. They like the bird cardinal. Why, thank you. But I like to do like that's the lady that took me into trance, she does a lot of meditation classes and stuff. She's like, "Oh, do you do art tutoring?" I'm like, that's kind of hard unless I'm there in person. Like I could do Zooms and stuff with somebody that's stuck on on a composition, or I could throw them ideas and brainstorm with them, but I'm not there to put my hand to their hand and be like, okay, you need to brush this way to get this effect. Right? I can't, it's hard to mentor somebody. But I can paint, and this is why I like doing the crafts with you guys. I have to do them anyway. Why not bring you guys along? And if you want to craft with me while I'm crafting, that's even better. Unfortunately, but fortunately, my dad comes to me for the last moment that we had together, was holding my hand and crying. And I've shown this in a bunch of my videos that when my dad's energy comes more into density, that I feel heaviness in my hand, like I'm being held, and I start getting really wimpy and my eyes start tearing up. My mother almost the same, but my mom comes more on a calmer frequency. Like my dad's intense, and my mom is calmer, but my dad will hold my right hand, my mom will hold my left. Like I can feel the difference in pressure. And I could feel the difference in energy, but I know it's them. My parents like to send me my mom dimes, my dad pennies. This summer I had a lot of cardinals. My mom likes to come in blue and my dad likes to come in red. But I can intuit and in tune to the animal to feel which one of them is here. And they're always with me. It's just sometimes like I need to hear a sign or see a sign and they drop down. Thank you, Ivy. Um, Grateful. Let's paint it purple because I might do some turquoise feathers on that. Get some pop. But I made purple, so let's go with purples. So I'm going to do a lot of paint and sips, but I'm going to do them as videos so that people can pause. Because I was thinking if I do that live, I mean, even though you can go back and watch the video, like, I don't know. I'd rather do the crafting live because I got to do this anyway. I got to do this anyway. And why I say I have to do this anyway, um, I'm being very hopeful that I get another part-time job somewhere or that this channel will take off to the extent where this is just passive income for me. Right now it's like helping big majorly. Um there's a spot 45 minutes southeast of me in Coots, Indiana. And there's a consignment store that sells people's wares. I mean, they sell a lot of things in the store, but a lot of people sell soaps, handmade soaps, candles, household items. The shelves are for rent for like $50 for like a bookshelf and $150 for a bigger shelf. Um, and I would really like to have a shelf at that place. But having $50 and I would only do a small shelf at first, but having like $50 right now is like a blessing. Food and gas in my car is very important for me right now. And being able to pay some of my bills. So I have to wait on that. But I want to make enough of these signs and some of this stuff will go into the shelves. And then when something sells, they don't take commission. The only commission they'll take extra out of is if it's bought on a credit card, which they have to pay tax on to have the credit card machine. But otherwise, everything is given back to me. So I like that concept. That store seems really cool, and I want to be a part of that. And I'm also looking for vending events for the spring. So I want to get a lot of this out of the way because this stuff takes time. It takes a lot of time to make these. Okay. My best friend, Seth, who's no longer in Shell, I'm gonna go call the body a shell. He passed over, he transcended from osteosarcoma. He was 6'2", all leg, and his leg had to be amputated. He was my best friend. Loved him. He knew I hated this one song by Typo Negative. I'm a metalhead. I love metal music. And every time this song comes into my mind, I know it's him saying hi. It's my girlfriend's girlfriend. Can't stand that song. And that song plays in my head, I know it's him. Chicken! Set my camera back. Ah! Why does Zoom do that? Like, I don't understand. Ah! Chicken. There it goes. Hang on. Stay tuned. I'm gonna mute myself. Viking. I'm back. Okay, I know what I'm going. No readings tomorrow. No readings. Sorry for that interruption. Um, I finally that was Viking. The girl's mom is gonna come, baby mama is coming over and she's cooking fajitas for the girls. And supposedly he's buying a cake. I'm probably going to be the one ending up buying the cake. Or I might go to the Bunk Cake. We have a Bunk Cake store. I don't know if any of you have Bunk Cake. Bunt cake. Um, I might buy that, like the cupcakes for the girls, because they're not that expensive. I hope not. I can't afford much. But they're worth it. They're teenagers. I can't believe it. I can't believe they're teenagers. I think their mom is going to take them over the weekend to do skating. I last year wanted to, when I had more fundages, I wanted to do something with the girls. Like we have like a lot of these like adventure park things here. But yeah, that never worked out. Uh baby mama at the time took them instead because she was with somebody else that had twins that they did something. They had the same birthday, so they all celebrated. Um, I know for myself, um, my mission is for the girls, spiritually speaking. So I tolerate some shit I should not. Butt cake, bunt, bunt. Okay, so okay. Carvel does sell cakes here, but they don't have Cookie Puss cakes. I miss my Carvel cookie cakes. Fudgy the Whale does not exist in Indiana that I have seen. I've seen Carvel cakes. I have gotten Carvel ice cream cakes. Yes, nothing but bun cakes. Yes, they have cupcakes that you can buy at the register there. And I'm not making an order, so I'll just get them some cupcakes. Um, because I'm gonna probably end up going to Kohl's to buy them or get them like a gift card to Sephora because I don't know what to. I mean, Christmas just ended and the girls got an unlimited supply of Bath and Body Works sprays and lotions and all kinds of stuff that, okay, and then makeup and stuff. I, it got clothes. I'm limited on what the girls like, you know, certain things. I don't know what to get them. Oh, welcome, Kim. Thank you for becoming a member. I think you're member 10. How exciting. Super excited. It is my accent. Do I want butt cake? No. I have to change enough butt every day. Little tushies, little tushies I have to deal with every day. And I mean that's a beautiful thing about like what I do. Like I don't have to take these kids home, but I can be their mommies during the day. Um, in New York, I think the kids, I think I had at least 5 to 6 kids mistake, instead of calling me Miss Allison, they would call me mommy. Like, no, I'm not your mommy, but thank you for the compliment. uh, Carvel in New York, Cookie Puss, and Fudgy the Whale. I had Fudgy the Whale my 21st birthday. It was the best freaking cake ever. Okay. Cookie Puss is cool too, but it's Fudgy the Whale. That's where it's at. And here's the funny thing. A lot of people have yet to get in at work. They don't catch my New York accent. I know I still have it. I'm only here 2 years and mm-mm. So that's I won't be doing a video tomorrow. Just due to the fact that I'm probably going to end up being there for a majority of stretch of time. Um, there. I then have to go to get cupcakes and birthday fun after work because no one tells me these things. I find out last minute because, but it's not necessarily about Viking, it's about the girls. Because they're definitely star seeds and they're gonna eventually start waking up and exposing the paradigm for themselves. But yes, Carvel in New York is huge for ice cream cake. Now Baskin Robbins, really expensive. Mm, eh. I mean, sure, I'll eat it if it's there and available, but not my favorite. Carvel's my favorite. Okay. Flying saucers. Carvel's flying saucers with the sprinkles and the cookie. My favorite. Their cookie crumble is okay. Buckshot, I have a challenge for you. Is there Carvel in North Carolina, South Carolina area? Cookie crunch with cannoli cream, not the chocolate chips. Cookie crunch. Carvel cookie crunch and cannoli. Holy fucking shit. Next level. It's next level. Next level. If you have a Carvel near you and you love cannolis, oh man. Woo! And cannoli cream in New York, outstanding. Okay, cannoli cream in Indiana, I don't know what the hell they do. I don't know what kind of ragut or mascarpone they're using. It's fucking shit. And I mean, Wisconsin's not that far away. They can get, I mean, Wisconsin's known for its cheese. And I know they make a plethora of different cheeses up there. Don't know why Indiana's cannolis are horrible. Horrid. Nope. Nope. Woohoo. I can't even find good graded like ragut here. That's so sad. I actually tasked a few of my I put it on Facebook I don't know how long ago. But I was here. And I've been asking people to send me the Carvel Cookie Crunch because you are able to buy just the cookie crunches. Like I used to be able to go on Forest at the Forest Avenue in the ShopRite off of Richmond. So like Forest Richmond, there's like a Carvel right there. They sold Cookie Crunch by itself. And everybody told me, oh, you could just blend this stuff together and it makes good. No, no, no. It has to be Carvel way. No. So that's what's going on in there. We YOLO in this body once, so I'm all about cannolis are my grieving food. When my mom died, when I sat, I because of my aunt and my family, I sat Shiva. And when you sit Shiva, and I'm saying that very New Yorkish, um, you're supposed to sit for 3 days and sit on a box, which I never did. And people come and like food to your house for everybody that comes to visit. It's like a wake, but just 3 days. And when I sat Shiva, everybody knew how much I love cannolis. I went to Alfonso's and bought me cannoli chips and dip, millions of cannolis, And that's all I lived off of, coffee and cannolis for about a week and a half. And I was happy as a pig in shit. Okay. So, like, we do have this peach cobbler thing here. There's like a place that you can get peach cobbler. Viking took the girls. I didn't end up going. He was in trying to entice me to go. And they went there and they were not impressed by it. And it was not real peach. They didn't make real peach. Do I want to do outside? I might just do outside. Looking at the time, I have time. Um, when I was down south in Georgia to meet my family, I did not have, I mean, peach cobblers really should be big down there, down south. But I don't know. They're the peach state. I don't know. Peach cobbler. I'm not a big peach fan. There's that the Presidents of the United States band, Millions of Peaches. Peaches for me. There's a whole song about peaches. Hmm. Oh, that's not going to show up, is it? Oh, it's digitized. So within my paint stroke, there's like a whole bunch of color in that. And you can barely see it. Makes me sad. Super sad. I'm running out of purple. I'm very picky. I like Marciano cherries. I don't like regular cherries. Um, I love cherry flavoring. Like they have to be super sweet. I don't like too much on the tart side of things. It has to be balanced. I'm a sweets fanatic. I love sweets. Can't really do sour much. It has to be complemented. Like I love Midori sours if I'm drinking. Like Midori is my shit. I will own that. I mean, Dutch ovens from where I come from is it's something completely different. Oh man. So I hope everybody's having a beautiful and fantastic night. If you listen to the Seventh Seal, let me know what you think about the book. Um, I was in debate about reading one of their other books, which is just quotes. It's like Mystic Gems, something like that. Um, but they quote a lot of their work that I've read, but it brings emphasis to certain things. Um, and I'm like, well, what's going on upstairs? No, you have to read that. Okay, cool. Hide that right there. I mean, I'll tell you guys, I'm going to put that on the side for a second. Adios. I have so many things opened up in my background. I have some oil paint. Get that off of me. So I have letters from the teacher. They quote a lot of that work, that there's like two versions of it. I got to figure out which one I got. The For Young Souls, and this is by Eleanor Curtis. That one I think I'm gonna read after Ice, The Voice of Isis. For Young Souls, but there is no such, well, there is, but there isn't. So when God said, "Let there be light," all of us were created and individuated eventually in different time frames in linear time space in our continuum of thinking. Like we fell into density, we fell into materiality, we fell. So there's no bad in the fall. We all just fell. And your soul is the same age as my soul. When we refer to souls being young or old or ancient, in my case, it's just saying how many times you actually had a material form. Bye, Victoria. Sorry, I had to pause for a second. Well, not pause, but like mute. Um, I'll be back on Friday. I'll be live on Friday. I have the seventh seal. That's it, seventh seal. What is this one? The Gems of Mysticism. I'm eventually going to read that book. Which one is this? The Inner Radiance. There's so many books, it's hard to choose which one to do. um, so the the aspect of it being a young soul is that the soul itself doesn't have much experience in form. Like I was human a bunch, but I wasn't always human. I mean, I'm in all other things, but as consciousness, I've experienced Andromedan and Syrian and Anunnaki and this and that and the other thing and I'm the archangel and I'm, I have my pie chart. Um, I can share. So there's my pie chart. I channel from the Archangel Collective. I have Gabriel that's infused with a fractal of itself in my body, having experience. The Ascended Masters, the Oversoul, the Starseed factions, the various systems, the Spirit Guides, which is you, just in other forms, the One Infinite Creator, because we all are a part of the One, Soul Tribe, the artist, the philosopher, the elementals, the other selves, the multidimensional selves, the social memory complex of Quo and the Council of Nine, and I can add a million other things. But that's a pie chart of the things that I know to be true about my soul essence. What makes my soul up. Um, each and every one of you have different formulations to your pie chart. So you might be a healing angelic. So that is going to be a wider, the healing angels are working through you. So you have more of that on your pie chart. You might be from an Alpha Centauri council. You might have elementals working through you. I think a lot of Scott Pace's guides are elementals, nature beings. Um, most people who affiliate and have an affinity for the Native American have a lot of animals. I also have a pack of wolves. I have a bigger than life black bear as one of my major guides. Um, everybody has a different breakdown. Like right now, I'm channeling some artist out there that wants to experience a human self doing art. When I get more into my philosophy ways of thinking, a philosopher will drop down and work through me. You are infinite, infinite. And there's a lot of things that stream itself through you through like quantum entanglement. I call it also with the strings because most spiritual people will say, well, you have a tether, a silver cord to source. You sure damn do. String theory is real. You are entangled to your other selves. And when you can reach the state of awareness, you'll start getting your flashings. They look like movie clips, or you know, when you're spacing out and you're imagining yourself in a hot tub with some bubbly, right? That's happening somewhere. Even though you're not physically being there and doing it, you're imagining it. That's another aspect of you. It's mind-blowing. And sure, I would love to know where the other self is that has the art studio mansion with a nice pickup truck, a gun room. I don't need all of that stuff to be happy. I just need to be fulfilled in paying the bills and the 3D shit that we all have to do. Um, but it's sure nice to imagine those things. Why not? It's nice to have an imagination, so let it run wild because you never know. Ivy, where do I get what done? Hmm. That didn't come out so nice. Come on, Feather. Walk together, Feather. Walk. Walk. Wings of a feather flock together. I think the next craft and sip, because this is hopefully this dries when I do the other one. Oil paint takes about 3 to 5 days, depending on how thick you lay things on. Oh, I did the chart myself. I did the chart myself. I just happen to know what's running through me, at what levels they're running through me. So a few weeks ago, I channeled Hillel. For those of you who don't know who Hillel is Satan, not Satan, Lucifer, in the higher form. That's why he's called Hillel. And before my medium passed away, he was able to reach to my guides and give me a broader picture. Myself likes to give myself puzzles just to unravel. And I asked which archangel is carnate in my consciousness, meaning what fractal is actually having experience through this body. They didn't answer me. They said you're gonna find out eventually. Well, that was my answer. So a few weeks ago, I had a vision, big time, holy crap, what the hell is going on? Vision. And I pulled the cards out and I got validated it was Gabriel. So Gabriel and Hallel are fractals in my body as a part of my soul. And that's the feminine and the masculine. So Hallel is the masculine, Gabriel is my feminine, playing fractals in my body. I also have the other archangels like Michael, Sandalphon, Raphael, Uriel. They all work on my body. I have not seen them do this in my sleep, but I have been told by numerous people that I have a lot of that energy around me constantly. I believe it. I was not a believer at first, but then I keep getting these visions and these snapshots, and I can't deny them anymore. You, as a soul, are infinite, and you have different things that you are that run through this vehicle to have experience. So, in Reconstructing Reality, the book, the higher density self that's on Venus, the fifth density self, Venus, has a masculine and a feminine that merge together. But in separation, they come down to heal the third dimensional selves. They're the spirit guides. So when they die in a physical shell, they go back up to their fifth density self, merge with their complement, and go, oh, okay, we need to work on shit. Then they come down to whatever lifetime they chose out of fear instead of love, and they heal it by coming back to their own selves in a body. So let's just say this entity in fifth density came down to heal a lifetime they spent in Italy, or the Civil War soldier, because all time is concurrently happening now. And what happens is when they come down to heal and guide the self that's now perpetually running the loop out of love, they make the decision out of love, whatever catalyst they needed to do out of love, it heals the other timelines, and the ripple effect starts to undulate in the other time spaces of the multiverse. we're going to be the ones doing that as we ascend, as we stair step in our ascension. We're at the beginning. As we're moving through the dense layers of ending of third, beginning of fourth, we're healing in this form. Instead of being on fifth density in your androgynous body, you're doing it here. That's the experiment. You're doing the healing here. So that's why when I say when you go within and you work on yourself, you're not just healing this body, you're healing your other selves, the other fractals of you running in other things. The more enlightened you get, the more awareness you have, you'll start understanding your oversouls connected to you, and that's a whole plethora of fun to explore. I have the Phoenix Rising as one of mine, of my oversoul. I have a lot, but that's because I'm aware of it. And if you're not, that's okay. I don't want you to feel bad. There's nothing wrong with you. That doesn't mean you're not spiritual. It's not your time. I still haven't unraveled what my actual soul name is. They gave me some Anunnaki name. I'm like, well, that doesn't align with me. No, I'm not taking that as my name. That might have been me in another parallel universe playing Anunnaki, but no. And then my medium was like, no, yeah, they're testing you. That's just me testing myself. It doesn't look feather-like. It's hard to see because of the glare. Like you could tell this is more feather-like. This one, not so much. I gotta fix that. That's why I'm putting it off to the side because I don't have those colors out. I didn't mix those colors. So like Ivy, because I know you, you probably have a yogic hands-on angel that works through you. So when you're laying your hands on people and you're doing Reiki, you're perpetually they're like working through you, and that energy is transferring to someone else. It's not to say you don't have the ability, you absolutely do. And that goes for anybody that does hands healing. I do that through my pyramids. When I'm holding the gems and holding my intention, I'm having higher density beings work through me to bring that energy to the stones I put in my stuff. Like I'm channeling. All of you are channels. It's just becoming aware of that, understanding what frequency bandwidth is coming into your being, because you can have interference of entanglement from the negative polarized entities. Law of one, the law of one tells you that Carla was attacked a lot. Carla Ruckert, who was a channel for Ra for the law of one. Why this book? I love this book, but I have to get a reading in. Um, most of a lot of the dialogue in the session is asking about Carla and the entity at this. I'm on book 4. It's a fifth density entity who is trying to distort the message. And they keep doing different methods of like attunement for her to attune her to the frequency of pure. Yeah, and all is energy. So, and I forgot who asked last on Friday when I do my spirit, more of the Friday Night Lives, and I talk a lot more about this stuff. Um, when people ask me about different channelers, there is no necessary right or wrong in the information. It's just, is another being steering you in the right direction, right? When Bashar went off course, when he was talking about the politics and projecting certain things and kind of overstepping free will in a way, I got blocked out. Like that was objectively me listening to a message and going within and going, oh fuck no. Oh no. Not accepting it, goodbye, out of my field. Not to say that Bashar has wonderful teachings, beautiful messages, is a hard ass in a good way. And yeah, a lot of his stuff is very good. Unfortunately, a lot of this stuff is very hard to obtain in human form. To be at your highest excitement would be like Mr. Burns going, hi, floating. Hi, my highest excitement. I'm not that kind of person. I'm a realist. I come in, I'm real. I'm authentic. I'm not steering anybody in any direction. You got to steer yourself. I'm just delivering source message in my unique frequency. All of you are doing the same thing. Everybody has different talents and different abilities because there's different fractals of things that work through you. All of us together combined in unity are at one mint with that understanding. That's the hard part of achieving the at one mint and the unity consciousness is putting your pride, your ego, having that death. That's a scary, difficult aspect. And I'm still in training for it. I'm not there yet. Is letting it all go and understanding it's all one. All of it. The negative parts with the positive parts. It's all one. When you let go of the story, when you let go of the narrative, when you let go of identity and personality and know that you are source, you're just a unique expression, you're a unique frequency that inhabits this world. For the better or for the not, it doesn't matter, it's still source. And I say source, it could be God, it could be Krishna, it could be Buddha, it could be whatever you want it to be. It's still the 0 point energy of where all expressed energy comes from. And it's infinite. Just like the ether, it is infinite. The consciousness, the light, the photons, that's real. You can't see them. You're in a hologram from what I get. But there's physics at play. That's why I like metaphysics. My artwork is based off the things you can't see, but yet still exist. And I try to put that into layers of paint. Like my brushstroke is the vibration that color is coming down onto a surface. If I were to try to make a doctoral dissemination of my work, it's the frequency of which color is hitting an object. That's how I do my brushstroke. Blessed. Will be next. Ashmaya, what time is it in Ireland? I'm not keeping you up. I'm gonna get off soon because I have a whole fun day tomorrow of no rest. I have to go to Kohl's. I have to get to I got birthday cards today. Oh my goodness, 2:05. When do you sleep, Ashmaya? I don't know. I used to be a night owl too. I used to be up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning all the time. And that was a really good 2 years. I like the night owl thing. And I'm a morning person too. I guess time is a construct. Time is a construct. This glass is not the easiest to paint on with the curves. Oh, I love nap time. Oh, nap time is my favorite. It's hard to see. So I got some coloring on here. Oh yeah, my so Ashmaya Ivy went to Ireland over was it summer you went? Late summer? Early fall? Well, our yeah. Um I go in and out of like this morning I woke up at 3 a.m. Don't know why, just a whoop. Freya was sleeping. Thankfully, Odin cat has been coming around. He's something's still off. I don't know what it is, but he's starting to like be more visible. I mean, the cat used to jump up here all the time making videos and stuff, and now he stopped doing that. He really doesn't come down here. I don't know if it's because of the energy going on behind me and he can't handle it, if he's upgrading himself. Um, but he's coming around. Those 2 weeks that I had off were really difficult, but I when I was home, he's coming around. Still not 100% yet. Pisses me off. Frey is a little firecracker. And I still haven't moved Morgan Cat off of my she's forever taking #1 spot on my phone. She's my baby. That's my other self. My second density self. I gotta use this black paint somehow. I didn't know if I was using it or not. Oil paint is very expensive, by the way. It is not cheap, but it lasts a long time, thankfully. Like it doesn't really dry up. It gets hard. But I hope to inspire you guys if you do crafting, and I like to show different things that I like to do. Um, and the paint and sip video, I'm gonna look up different Deplorable. How are you? And looking at the time, was the time is now on today? Because I posted that on Telegram. Like, please go support them. Because I love Corey and Doc and Amy. And I don't like to cut into their lives. I don't get offended if you guys leave to go over there. I don't know if Jack was live either today. Um, I'm just crafting, just talking, shooting the breeze. I hope you guys are relaxing with me. That's the point of doing this, is just to relax. Get a bubbly. If you don't do bubbly, I got my water, I had my coffee. All right. Um, I know Ash Maya said it was like -2 over there. Blessed. -2 over there. Um, let's see, what is it here? Currently, it's 20 degrees and it feels like 14. Fun. Fun. Huh. My Indiana sign, I'm going to do some oil painting on. I could use my black here. And then paint feathers. See how I do that? Really? That cold's buckshot? Yikers. That's cold. That's not fun. Yeah, it's 14 degrees with the wind chill here. Um, I underestimated myself last night, and when I get ready in the morning, I'm supposed to be I clock in at 8 o'clock, but I get to work at like 7:30. Because the roads get a little, I'm on like a major road. So like to get out of my driveway can take a while. But this morning, my car windows were frozen and I don't have a garage. So I had to sit there and put the heater on and the defroster on and then get ice off my car. Not fun. Oh my God, -3. Ugh. I don't mind the cold, honestly. I don't mind it. That's why I didn't move down south. Um, I don't mind the cold. I mind snow to an extent. Like I can't handle feet. And so far here, because I am off Lake Michigan, but I'm in like a tucked a little away corner, I don't see the snow that everybody thinks I get. Like the lake effect goes this way and I'm this way. That's another reason why I was looking at houses in Fort Wayne, South Bend, and a little further south in those areas. And when I saw the weather stuff, I'm like, hell no. Hell no. Not for me. I'm sure it's great in the summer, but not in the winter. And like after I get off of here, I have a heating pad that I put on a timer because my electric bill is not happy. So that heats up. I have one that's on constantly for Little Thor. But I also been having a lot of opossums and some raccoons coming at night, and I hope they're not fighting for that space. And I refill his water bowl with and I put it right outside so it's still warm. So hopefully this Indiana sign, don't worry, it's not going to remain black. I'm going to put some feathers on this. Yep, feathers. Ah, see, I don't mind the ocean until there's a hurricane. Um, I just can't do it. Um, and it's really funny that people here, right? We don't live near a freaking ocean, and they're like, we're going to the beach. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know what people like the delusion around here. Like ocean to me is the beach. You go to the beach, you go to the ocean. Here, you go to the beach, it's a lake. Not in my world. Sorry, Midwesterners. Yeah, Indiana Dunes is very beachy like, but you're still on a lake. Well, Buckshot, isn't that why you moved? Right, Ashmai, but you're on the ocean. Like people here, because I'm right by Lake Michigan. Um, but even around here, like Indiana has a lot of lakes, and there's one close to me. And Vikings like we're going to the beach. I'm like, what? Where's there a beach? There's no ocean. Oh no, we're going to the beach. What the fuck are you talking about? I, he, he he went to the lake. I'm like, why can't you just say you're going to the lake? There's a lot of them. Where's there sand? Even if it is sand, it's still fresh water. There's no seaweed. There's algae. Ugh. And who knows what else is lying on the, especially the one in Gary that he goes to. Get out of here. Okay, so I have this, and I don't know what to add to it. I might do dark trees because I need to get rid of this black. And I can use my fan brush. Do happy little trees. I'm just putting trees down. I'll show you guys in a sec. I'm just putting black lines down. Bye, Ivy. I still owe you coffee, a coffee time. I have to get better at organizing my day. Haven't gotten there yet. It's also weather based. That's the shitty part. Yeah, I'm gonna get off soon. I want to finish these trees, get some of this black on. But I thank all of you for coming. I appreciate all of you. It's like spiritual talk with a bit of art, shooting the breeze about weather, trying to lift the vibrations up of people's. All right, I'm gonna tap, 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 tappity tap, tap. It's a Bob Ross. No. It's a Bob Ross, but it's not. I don't know if I like the blue in there. Hi, Kurt. What's up? Oh, I'd rather never. I'm not liking this. So I'm just painting on this, but I want it to be darker. My fan brush. I'm fanning the brush. I'm making happy little trees. But my happy little trees is looking more like a happy little disaster. Happy disaster. There's a happy accidents, Allison. Oh, I know. I trust me. I know all about the happy accidents. I'd rather not. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah, so besides it being cold, so fun fact about Indiana, the school district here allows the kids to go out at 15 degrees. If the wind chill's below 15, the kids stay inside. Okay, New York, it's 32 degrees. I mean, and in Manhattan where I worked, the wind gusts had to be at a certain point because that wind chill is a killer. Killer. I'm not lying. The wind tunnels in Manhattan is beyond obscene. Obscene. So hopefully after I get off of here, little Thor will get a nice fresh bowl of water. I just make sure that the bowl is not like whatever's there is not frozen. I put his water closer to the heat source so it doesn't freeze, but I can't stop that. Okay, so this is what I'm doing. So I don't like it. Don't like it. I have to figure out what to do. I don't know if adding different colors here will be happier for me. We'll see. I don't know. And I'm just crafting right now. I have to wait for this to dry and then go back in. Yeah, I might have to wait. I have yellow still, so yellow. So I'll show you guys in a second, like what the hell I'm doing. This could work, sort of. So the idea of it is just like a flow I'm trying to create, and I'm getting there, I'm doing it. The importance of why I'm talking this out. Okay. So that's kind of like what I'm trying to achieve, because once this is like finished, dried, I'm gonna put like something over it, whether it's faith. That's why I paint these. I have congratulations, congrats. I have love. I have grateful. I have another faith. I have a cat mama. I have a couple of cat mama ones. Cat mom. Right? I don't have a cat in here, but let's just say like I put it over like that. This is in silver. So this is just like a background for the tag to go on top. Oh, trust me, I'm dealing with, I know I have a sinus infection. I have been doing the saline, the neti pot. I have a dehumidifier on close to me when I sleep. Um, like draining my face, like draining my sinuses. Um, I ran out of vitamin C. I had to go get that today because there was a sale. Like I'm super, super ridiculously retarded broke, but when I'm sick, I don't go to a doctor because I can't afford the doctor, by the way. I can't afford a copay at this moment. Um, because the copay then ends up being a prescription, the prescription ends up being money. I don't have it. So I rather just, yeah, I've been doing Celtic sea salt with my water in the morning, gargling that and then spitting that out, but also like drinking it. Um, I have oregano oil, the black seed oil and the castor oil I do overnight. Zinc I do at lunch because I have to eat with that or else I get really sick. My vitamin D3, K2, magnesium I do in the morning. And vitamin C and B12 I do I did before I came on. So I like spacing everything out. Oh, I love lavender. Love, 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 love lavender. Oh, I have lavender on my kitchen table. I thought I had also. Oh, I have it right here. I have lavender right there. Seriously, I have lavender right here. I love lavender. Love, 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 love my lavender. So this was oil painting. Uh, I might actually cover this and see if I can use it in an because I have a lot of black. That's a beautiful thing about oil paint. It doesn't dry up for a few days. So it can actually save paint that can be reused. But it's very expensive paint. Oh, I can't do all right. Me and vinegar have a problem. I can't with the smell. Even apple cider vinegar. I can't. I like want to freaking throw up and gag with the smells. I have to hide everything. If I put apple cider vinegar in my smoothies, it has to be overwhelming with other things, or else I will chuck, chuck that stuff up. It's bad. Um, I'm actually used to my allergy. I've had allergies since I was a baby. Um, I've been in anaphylactic shock a bunch, sadly. So I'm used to the allergy thing. I know the difference between a cold and allergies. Like I tell my teacher, I'm like, please don't worry. I'll know if I'm contagious or not. What is with the orbs? Hi, spirit. Jeez Louise. I got a lot of orbs tonight. I don't know if you guys are seeing them. Um, yeah, there's certain things I can eat and consume, and I don't like the smell either. Peanut butter is an iffy depending on what kind of peanut butter it is. Um, I'm very picky. I also have some food allergies, which are weird, but I mean, like I said earlier, I know some of you just came in. I'm allergic to earth. I'm allergic to earth. A lot of us have health issues for a reason. Besides writing them in, we are physically in hard density, and our bodies are like, get the fuck out of here. It is what it is. Our bodies are not attuned to, they're attuned to higher frequencies. We were born that way. And it's hard when we're here. We're very like awesome. I would honestly change the day. It's just really hard for me. Like I knew the girl's birthday was tomorrow, so I'll probably be on WeNotMe in chat if I can on my phone. My phone's been acting up with Rumble. Doesn't matter what channel I'm watching. It's just hard. Um, and the only other possibility is doing things on Tuesday. Um, like going live and doing this on Tuesday because I don't know who else goes live on Tuesday. I don't like to overseed other shows because I like to watch them too. I love Doc and Amy and Corey. Love them. And I got to figure it out. But that's why I do Friday night lives and even like Saturday, I know Turn the Page with Janine does Saturdays with Buckshot when she's not when she's fine. So I don't know where she's at, what she's doing. I know I see her clips once in a while and I get her on TikTok, but otherwise I try not to overstep on other people. I try to be very cognizant. And on Telegram, I said, like, make sure you're over at the time is now, because I'm just hanging out. I'm just hanging out and be supportive. Um, you're doing it on Saturday. Yay! Yay! There was another one. Guys, that's not feathers or things in my house. Do you know what time, Buckshot? Was she? So here's a secret. I love Jack, right? Like not in love, but like Jack is awesome. Jack stayed at my house. I'm very like in tune with all of them. I helped him get his channel. Problem is, I don't get his announcements. And even on Telegram, I don't get informed when he's going live. So I never know when Jack is like, he's not having a stable schedule all the time. Like for a few weeks, he might like be consistent and then something happens and then like he disappears. So I don't know how I'm not getting his stuff, even though I'm the one that set it up for him. I don't know. Um, so guys, on Saturday, make sure you tune into the Turn the Page with Janine. Go find her face. She's on YouTube, but go find her Rumble channel and Telegram. And I know Buckshot will circulate that on my Telegram page when that time of the show will happen. Because I love Janine and I love supporting her. She's amazing. Um, it's so frustrating because I'm very conscientious. I'm a good person. I want to not step on other people's toes, especially the people I enjoy watching myself. Like I said, I cut down a lot of people that I watch, but the people I do enjoy watching, which are those two, and obviously WeNotMe. I like Bruce Poppy, Unpopular Viewpoint. Bruce is amazing. I never get notifications from anybody. And then when I'm at work, I don't get to be on my phone to check all the time. I only get like maybe 15 minutes during my day to check my phone, and that's my lunch, which I'm in the internet in my area in the school is shit. So I'm lucky if I even get anything. Um, like Dina took over posting for WeNotMe, but I told her you got to do things. Don't do them last minute because I notifications like 3 to 5 hours. I get my notifications most shows at 2 in the morning, and then my email gets flooded with just Rumble shows. I'm like, but that already happened 5 hours ago. So it drives me freaking batshit crazy. Um, that's interesting. I I I support a lot of people and I don't get them in real time updating. I get them at like 2 o'clock. I'm like, because I can see my email when things start popping up and I get the time. Um, especially see, WeNotMe is a consistent time. Like, yeah, 5 to 10 minutes late sometimes because of whatever, but also the time is now is consistent Mondays to Wednesdays. It's consistent. So I know when to go and check their channel, and sometimes they don't have a show on Wednesday. So I'm always checking. But when it comes to Jack, like I only have Twitter on my laptop. So if I'm not on my laptop or in my desktop and I'm on my phone, I don't have Twitter on my phone. It takes up too much space on my phone is 7, 8 years old already. And I yeah, YouTube is the same. I don't lie because I put out like I still have not managed to get Zoom encoded into YouTube properly. There's something I'm not like, there's something not clicking. So I will post a picture saying I'm going to do a live at 5. And then when I go to Zoom, I just go to live stream on YouTube. It pops up and here I am. That's how it works for me. But I don't, for people that do it off of like StreamYard and the Restream and all those services, like they could put up a thumbnail and make everything all pretty. I just go live. So it's annoying. The one problem with Jack is the consistency. He was like very consistent in the beginning. And then I know he has he has his parents and he has, well, his mom, and he has his family he helps. So I understand he's not consistent all the time. Um, I don't know what happened to Conan. If Conan's just exclusively now just with Jack, I don't know. I'm not in the loop as much as I used to be. Nor do I want to be. Too much drama. And not in not a bad way. Just divine neutrality, non-duality. That's where I'm sitting. Um, I, as much as I miss that, I do miss it to an extent because I like being with everybody and being a part of stuff. In Jack, there's not much of the spewing. I just can't do the hate. And even the shame and the blame and the pointing the fingers. Yes, we know already. Great. Let's let's get let's get to go. Let's go. I'm ready to go. A whole lot of us are just like, I'm tired. Let's go. And we can't do that until enough of us come to a point of saying, okay, we get it. I know it. I understand it. But I'm not perpetuating their manifestation anymore. We're going to move forward now. And I know everybody here is on that point. Like, we're done. I'm done. I'm done. And I'm seeing, you know, the side that I used to criticize all the time. I work with those people and I've always worked with those people. I can't anymore. I can only seed them information and hope that they change their hate towards people like me and educate them. Too much division, and we need to be in the unity consciousness because no one's going to be left behind. And that means a negative polarity, even though they're not going to be in the multiverse where we're going to be, they're still ascending. They're ascending to another reality that they chose with source to experience. A lot of us are choosing over here, but in the over here there's a lot of delineations and a lot of proportions of the multiverse that they can choose from. So my last points before I close. um Patty Brashar, who I've seen the portal, I've seen the double pineal gland, I've seen enough evidence. There's no doctoring her shit. um She's like, well, the people who need to experience the apocalypse from the Bible, the Revelations, they're going to ascend, and that paradigm is what they're going to jump into. That's the timeline they're jumping into. That's the reality they're going to experience. The people that want to experience the AI, cyberbots, and matrixy shit, where AI takes over, those people are going to go to that multiversal reality. Most of us that just want pure abundance and prosperity and good living for everybody, we're going to go to our paradigm. That's the reality we're going to experience. There is no right or wrong in whatever you chose. There's multiple millions and billions of timelines we all wrote for ourselves. It's just a matter of merging the energy to it. And if the book that I'm reading scientifically is showing that this is a hologram, it can be, it's just an unfolding of things at a vibratory state, which you're seeing. So like I was mowing my grass and I'm surrounded by butterflies and everything is glittery and everything is beautiful and I feel at like amazing. That's what I want to experience. Now, will everybody experience that? Probably not. But that's the paradigm I want to walk into. That's the at 1 minute achievement I want. And whoever wants to come with me to see this beautiful that flip of time that I got to experience, that's great. But that's not everybody's reality. And like Taylor earlier, he's like very stuck in the Awaspe narrative, and that's okay if that's what he wants to experience and he thinks that is the ultimate thing for himself. Great, but it's not something to project on everybody else. That's why we all have in essence that like the concept of free will is that we already chose where we want to go. It's working to get that to that obtainment. So if we want to obtain to something higher where we're sitting now, it's really bringing yourself into that awareness and then elevating your state of frequency. That's not easy in a dense body. We got to shed all the crap of the old self. All the healing, all the trauma needs to leave us enough. It's not going to completely leave because we're still going to have those imprints. But a lot of that garbage stuff that rent space in your head for no reason needs to go. We're clearing all of that energy out of us. We're purging it out of us so that we can merge with our higher selves and we can move forward. And this is the process we're going through now. We're purging. We're questioning ourselves. Why is this happening for me? Why is this happening to me? What is the lesson behind it? We're not now seeing, well, he's an asshole and he did this to me. Okay, but why is he doing it to you? Did you ask him to be the asshole to you for you to learn a lesson? Play devil's advocate with yourself. Stop being the victim. Stop being the victimizer. Nothing is a coincidence. Nothing. It all serves a purpose. So then we have to step back and ask, why is this happening? On a collective scale, we wrote this theme on the stage of God to play out. It's not serving me anymore. The plan is Source's plan. The plan is not negative or positive. It works on both sides. I don't care if the Illuminati, I'm not giving the Illuminati my time, my thoughts anymore. I don't care. That's perpetuating their shit. So I'm not thinking about them. I know good Masons. Not all Masons are great. Is the system corrupt? Sure, probably, most likely. Not renting space in my brain. Doesn't bother me. Why? It doesn't affect me. If it affects me, how can I transmute the energy to positive? Stop being the victim of outside circumstances when you can only control your reaction to it. If you are reacting in a state of fear, out of anger, out of disharmony with the self, but what about the kids? The kids are the same age as your soul right now. We're all the same age as soul-wise. What an old soul means is you incarnated more times than them. Soul is still the same age. Just your body of experience in materiality is higher. Child needs experience. Child's soul knows what it's doing. Your soul knows what it's doing. When you have that greater awareness and integrate it and bring it into your heart space, you stop taking everything that, oh, I need to do something. If you're not physically doing something in your life to help, like physically doing something, like putting action into motion to have a cause and effect towards such movement, then take a step back and take a breath, because you just letting it vibrate in your head like that isn't going to help you. And you're perpetuating their manifestation. This is the hard part for most people, because we are still, a lot of people still in duality and still see that side and this side, black and white, red hat, black hat, this hat, that hat. It's a story. We wrote it. Own it. I own it. I'm not allowing it to dictate my reality anymore. I control my reality because I create it. You guys create your reality. You control it. The hard part is to get that through your subconscious and unconscious brain, so then it starts in your field to manifest. Not easy. This is very difficult work. And it's very difficult to have to take the step back. It's very difficult to have to be the one that steps away. I'm still not fully stepped away, because I am very supportive and I love my friends and I love everybody. So I'm, of course, going to be continuously doing it, but I am stepping back because I can no longer, with my boundaries up, be afflicted or be affected by the vibratory states that I pick up. I want to be up here, and the wavelength up here, I'm no longer here. I'm still dipping and going up and down, but I'm on a higher scale of consciousness. That doesn't make me any better than anybody else. Me knowing my fractals doesn't mean anything. For me, it just has a better understanding. And everybody's going to get there in their own way. You dictate your life. You have to take ownership of it. Be creative. Do what your soul is screaming at you to do. My soul is screaming for me to make artwork. My contract is to speak and to help seed people and awaken people in certain forms. I don't know what, but I know everybody is getting something, whether it be healing, seeing a different perception, seeing a different perspective, figuring out how to do the process of going within. It is not easy. I had to do this all by myself without anybody mentoring me or helping me. I grew up in a time where there was really barely any books in the bookstore. It was very controlled. I got alien abductions and reincarnations as a kid. That's all the books that I was able to achieve to find. Now this stuff is like screaming at you. But still, as all many of the mediumship books behind me, none of them really ever opened me up to the mediumship. I wasn't meant to be one of those. I am a mental medium, but I'm a channel. There you go. There you go. I mean, see, that's your wheelhouse. That's you doing for yourself because you have to be a service to yourself in order to be a service for others. But your intention is for others, right? That's where it comes from. Right? My intention is to bring healing through my artwork, to bring inspiration, creative sparks, epiphanies. All this stuff behind me gave me epiphanies, made me see the world differently. And not all the time the best way, but it made me think outside of my narrow-mindedness. Maybe I was stubborn in an area, reading existential philosophy, just like open the doors of possibilities. That's why I do what I do, because a lot of people don't have exposure, especially in confined families. My mom and dad let me explore and let me be me. Not every family composition will allow you to do that. Everybody's dynamic at home is different. Everybody's upbringing is different. Everybody's place of origin is different. So I like to bring a plethora of things that shaped me, made me think outside of the box, made me think differently, different perceptions, and expanded my mind. That's my purpose. One of many. But that's a major one that I am in now. That's right, Ash Maya, and your crafts are amazing. Freya and Odin approve of their crafts. And Morgan enjoyed hers too when she was alive. In kitty cat form. All of us are very talented in some form or another. We all bring something creative to the table, whether it be you public speaking, whether you be inspiring others to do better, giving advice, being someone's shoulder. Everybody has a place to contribute to a greater cause. It's now stepping and actually actualizing it to do it. I didn't know I trust me, if you go back to my first beginning videos, nothing like I am right now. I'm more open and expanded in this state than I was 3 years ago. And I'm only continuously evolving. And that's the story of all of you too. You're all expanding and it's all beautiful. I hope that I inspire some people to get some stuff around their house that they are not doing anything with and get creative with it. That's what I'm doing. I had a lot of this stuff already sitting around, just sitting. Now I'm going to make it so that I'm going to be creative. And I hope that I'm inspiring people by doing some artwork on camera to do that for you. Just inspire you. You see me do it, now you're going to want to do it. And I might add some LED lights to things, and it's going to be fun. I mean, I just had this stuff laying around, not doing anything. That's a kitty cat in a tree. I had googly eyes. I just made this. Just putting stuff together. I love repurpose making. Love it. It's my favorite thing. Back there, a lot of my artwork is done with installation foam and spray paint. And then I do back there, the feathers and stuff. Some of them are real feathers and some of them are painted. And I made dream catchers, and that's epoxied also. Like I put a lot of stuff that these signs, these things I'm going to be making inside are going to be flowers and a smaller message that you can hang up on your wall or put on a piece of furniture. Right, like that's the stuff I like to do. I think it's fun. And it just gets my brain relaxed and thinking and going with the flow of life. Ashmaya also has a Thor. Little Thor has a purpose for outside because of what I am and the Stargate and stuff. I have entities that are ancient, that are from the land, that are neutral beings, but they want to cause havoc in my house because they don't know what's going on. So, and they're very, very tall. They're very energy sucking. I've seen them a few times walking, but little Thor, his energy outside is protecting the land. I also had the demon, thought form, behemoth that wanted a little, we're gonna take you off your path a little bit, girl. No, I'm not gonna let it. Right. Like there, I'm sure there's some negative things running behind me. I don't let it affect me. I'm not feeding it my energy or my time. I know it's there, and I bless my house. I have my sage, but I'm not letting it manifest anymore. Congratulations on being a pet parent. I'm a pet parent. I don't have children of my own, but I'm a fur mommy. I'm a cat mom. Um, I love dogs. I do love dogs, but I'm not home enough to have a dog. I need it. Cats are independent. They go in a litter box. I clean the litter box, but I don't have to take them walking. And I'm not home. Like I'm home a lot, but not home like during the day where a dog need attention. Cats, they're just whenever. Hi, I'm here. Pet me. Um, Animals are, in my estimation, our second density selves, especially the ones that we really attach to and have an affinity for. And not to say that not all your animals you're going to have an affinity and love for. Of course you are. But there's always one or two that have you in them. Morgan, my cat that passed away in April, she was 19 years old. She was me. She looked in the mirror and self-identified. Freya and Odin self-identify in the mirror. Ethan cat, who died in June, uh, not this June, the past June, he self-identified. All animals that are self-identifying and not being in fear, that actually see themselves, they're going to be human next. That's their evolution. They're going to be the next humans. So third density is never going to go away. It's going to be here because our pets are going to be third density beings. Whether it's here on Earth or in another system, they're going to evolve into more of a high conscious being, whatever that is. I love your doggies. They're cute, Ashmaya. They're adorable. So just take into consideration that some of your pets, not all, some, the ones that are self-identifying are the ones that are going to evolve. Not all of them are meant to evolve at the same time. So don't worry if one isn't looking in the mirror and they're like, what the hell am I looking at? If they're not self-identifying, it's not, they're going to do it on their own time, just like us humans are doing it on our own time. my adoptive mom, the one that raised me, would not allow any animals into the house. She let me have a goldfish. She never, ever, 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 ever wanted animals. And that's just the way she was raised. My father, the same. And me being a little kid on allergy shots, I went every week to get allergy shots for over 11 years. And by the age of 10, my 9.5, my parents, because they thought I was going to be on these shots forever, promised me that if I end my allergy shots, I can get a pet. Hold the phone. I turn 10, and the allergist is like, you're going to be fine. You don't need shots anymore. And oh, mom, you promised. You can't go back on your promise. My mom bit her, like kicked herself in the ass. We get to the animal shelter and I pick out my very first cat. He was an orange tabby. He was fat. Cutest button. His name was Taffy. And he was my first pet ever at the age of 10. And my parents at first hated it, hated him, didn't want the pet, but they couldn't go back on the word. And eventually, both my mother and my father fell deeply in love with him. And when my father passed away, my father's with me right now, Taffy changed his demeanor. It got mean because my dad wasn't around. He liked my dad a lot. And then he passed away. He had a heart attack on the way to the vet. That was fun. Not. And then I in the middle of my dad passing away, we thought, oh, I should get another cat. Hi, Mom. And I found Morgan. She was squeaking at me at a PetSmart, and I couldn't say no. So Morgan came in 2005, I want to say, she's around that time. And then she's the longer lasting cat. Taffy died at 13. Ethan died at 13 years old. Morgan, 19. And now I have Freya. And I think Odin's birthday, he might be 4 now, was the other day, I think. I'm bad. One of their birthdays was the other day, and I didn't do anything for it, and I usually do. I had to find the paperwork and then do a birthday party for Odin or Freya, whichever one was January. So yeah. And cats cats are not easy either to have. I didn't choose to take kittens because kittens rip up everything. And not to say that these guys don't chew things and like wreak havoc in the house. They do from time to time, but they're older. I think Odin might be 4. If his birthday was the other day, he's 4, and Frey is going to be 3 this year. So they're not jumping and breaking things. They're not like the asshole cat that swats everything off of things. It's like they're not like that. They're chill, they're calm, and that's the kind of cats I wanted. Morgan was very chill, and so was Ethan. So, yeah. I what eats me up with little Thor is because I'm on a main road. Behind my house is a little creek, and then there's like another, like around the corner. There's like bigger backyard. Like it's big space, but I'm on a main road that's one lane going right, in the other lane, and people are whizzing down my block like crazy because we're not New York. We don't have 20-mile-per-hour speed limits here. And my fear is that I'm gonna find him on the road, and I'm gonna be broken to pieces and having to transcend his soul. Um, that's the only thing I don't like about being right on a major road, because sometimes I see his little paw prints in the snow. Stay in the backyard. And if him and Odin didn't fight, like I think it was 3 mornings ago, or whenever the last one I filmed, and like, oh, Odin's right there. Like little Thor like jumped up at the screen. Like he was like, bah! I'm like, whoa. Odin kind of was like not engaging. Little Thor was engaging. And I'm like, shit, if I let him in, those two are gonna have a cat fight. Odin Odin is vaccinated, I don't he has his because I had to adopt him. But I don't know what little Thor has, if he has any parasites or anything in him that could cause harm to him or her. Um, I need his I need him to get snipped. The problem is capturing him. I've tried numerous times. He doesn't fall for it. Um, and now I'm not financially fit to go get him fixed. There there's like free events or like low cost events, but like go ask him to get into a cage for the day before an event. It doesn't happen like that. I don't know if that was a phone call, if that was no. Okay. I thought possibly Viking would be calling me again and I have to mute. Not that I don't care if you hear him. Um, but no, that wasn't him. Yeah. I love all animals. Like I get excited when I'm driving a little further south and I see the horses and the goats on the farm. I love that stuff. Love it. And even further south in central Indiana, I got to see a little bit. Um, love animal. Love them. We got to take care of them as we have to take care of our own selves. If we're not at our best and we're doing shitty frequency, these animals are not going to be coming towards you. So it's radiating out of your heart. So let's get there so that we can have more animal friends. And the next paint and sip video, I'm going to look for a bird, and cardinal is screaming at me, so I'm probably going to do a cardinal in a scene somewhere. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but that's probably going to be the next paint and sip video that I do. I like to craft live. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. But I will be live on Friday, most likely at 5, maybe. So I'll be live at 5 on usually. We'll see. It all depends how I am feeling after a day of child wrangling. I mean, I had to use these today. There's a lot of this going on today. So, depending on how that goes, I'll be here on Friday. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be posting a video because Vikings girls' birthdays are tomorrow and they're both 13. How excited! Um, so I get to hang out with them tomorrow. I'm really excited. Um, Sending each and every one of you love, like, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulder, be the lighthouse, seed your truths. I hope to see you all in the chat tomorrow. Let's see if I can make it, and it would work on my phone. Saturday, there's Zoom with Buckshot. I hope for just a bunch of us come together and talk. I don't know if I'll be there on Saturday. We'll see. I might stop in to say hi, but there's a Zoom free for everybody to join. It's on Facebook and Telegram where the Zoom link is. So if you're interested in just hanging out and talking, and it's all different topics, don't be shy, come along. And then Saturday night at sometime, Buckshot will be on with Turn the Page with Janine. So please keep your eyes peeled. I will see once I get that link, and once Janine decides on a time, I will post that somewhere so that you guys can see. Yeah. And I hope you all have a beautiful rest of your day, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Please light the way, light the path, not just for yourself, but for everybody else to walk on as well. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for your abundance. Thank you for your gratitude. So appreciated all of you. And I hope to see you all in the next one. Have a beautiful and blessed